Testing, testing. Yeah, this will be boiling. The solution is to wait until July.
Yeah, okay.
I'd love to see that.
Okay, so we're on the record in Public Conference 59. Now, I know we brought everybody here today to discuss the potential for adoption of a low-income mechanism for utility customers, which is the subject matter of this proceeding, but I want to start off the discussion with a more immediate concern that's come to our attention, which is due to the federal government shutdown, there's a distinct possibility there's going to be a disruption in the normal deployment of LIHEAP dollars that come from the federal government and come to the state and then eventually get spread around to pay for people's energy bills. And we had a petition filed yesterday by the Office of People's Counsel to make some suggested policy changes regarding billing and collection processes that the companies might want to undertake for that collection of customers that qualify for energy assistance every year. So I guess I wanted to start off by having a discussion about the potential for disruption in the normal deployment of LIHEAP dollars, because I had some discussions yesterday with Mark Wolf, who is the executive director of the Trade Association for the Energy Assistance Agencies in the country, and it was his view that even if a deal was made to end the shutdown this week, that there was going to be a fairly significant disruption in the normal deployment of LIHEAP dollars to the state and then ultimately through to the customers. So given the fact that this is probably more likely to happen than not, I want to explore what things we can do either as a commissioner or working with the companies to try to ameliorate the bill assistance problems that the OHAP customers are going to have given this current situation. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to echo the chair's concerns. LIHEAP is a nearly 50-year-old program that plays an important role in ensuring that people don't literally freeze to death. And I am really troubled that from certain things that I've heard from the administration that either they think that LIHEAP is no longer needed or they just don't seem to care. I mean, my understanding is that the LIHEAP office has nobody in it. So even if monies are appropriated by Congress, there's nobody to distribute the monies to the states. And so on some level, I think we have to assume that there will not be any LIHEAP money this winter. And it's our responsibility, I think, as the commission, as utility and stakeholder representatives, but also as human beings, we cannot let people freeze to death. I mean, this is some of the things that we do are sort of focused on policy and are important policy considerations, but this is life and death. And so I think we need to work together to make sure that those some of those really important safety nets are maintained, even if the responsible entities don't either choose not to or don't seem to care. So I'd like folks to take that with you as we continue this conversation. We can't let people die. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, so let me do this. Let me invite folks from the Office of People's Counsel to actually discuss the petition they filed with us yesterday, because it has some specific recommendations for adoption, and let me kind of have them explain. And to the extent, I mean, we tried to get some information from the OHEP office, but to the extent that you want to fill in anything you've learned regarding what the situation is regarding LIHEAP money, feel free. So.
Thank you, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. David Lapp for the Office of People's Counsel, and I'm here with Nicole Zeichner and Isaac Lindenbaum. We appreciate you taking this up. We share your concerns. Essentially, we are asking the utilities or the Commission to direct the utilities to hold off on terminations immediately through March 31st. We recognize that's an extended period of time. Given the uncertainties of the federal shutdown and how long that's going to be, we think that either, it won't turn out to be that long, and we're also concerned about the timing. So we've asked that either it last until March 31st, but then we would like the Commission to consider an additional time frame after the funds have been released to OHEP, to give OHEP time to disperse that money so it actually hits customer accounts, because we would hate to see customers terminated if money is on its way, and at that point then there's reconnection fees, there's additional fees and hardship on customers. So that's why we're asking you to consider an additional time frame after the LIHEAP money is released to OHEP. Hopefully the government won't be shut down through March 31st, and so we wouldn't be looking at such an extended time frame. We are concerned about the buildup of arrearages. We do think you should, maybe not right now, but as part of consideration of this, think about arrearage management policies as well, because if customers, if these customers do go without paying their bills or paying only parts of their bills over a period of time, arrearages will build up, and that will be a hardship. And we also think that if the shutdown does last that long, perhaps the will be starting a new legislative session in January, and perhaps there'd be other funding from the state that would help address some of those arrearage buildups. But there would, in any event, there would be time for legislative action to address what will be, major hardships, not just for, energy bills, but also, everything else that these low-income customers will be experiencing. So I'm going to ask if Nicole or Isaac if I've missed anything or gotten anything wrong, or if you want to add anything.
No, and I'll just add, I guess I would just add that the fear is that even if funds are released in December, well, at this point it's not looking like funds would be released to customers in December, so we're approaching, then customers have a bill from December that they had anticipated paying with OHEP funds. Then we enter January, where last year we know we had very high rates, and it starts to get very difficult for customers. So that of course is the reason, as described by Mr. Lapp, that we asked for that entire.
Yeah, I would add that we just learned from some folks in the audience here that Massachusetts has extended the time frame. They have a moratorium. I believe they have a set moratorium every winter, which we do not have. We have a temperature-based moratorium in the winter that's pretty limited, but they extended theirs, I believe, starting November 1st through, I think, April 1st, so a similar time frame that we have requested. So there is another state that is taking action very similar to what we're asking in our petition.
Okay, Commissioner Barbie.
So to summarize, we have to regard the government shutdown in a manner similar to the COVID epidemic.
Yeah, I think it is similar to the COVID epidemic, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner McLean.
Good morning, sir. Your petition noted that Columbia Gas and Smeco had outlined their plans moving forward. Have you gotten any responses to your actual petition in ways, in terms of support or concerns?
Well, we just filed it yesterday, so we haven't heard. I imagine, we will hear more today from the utilities. We did reach out to all the utilities, but, and I think we heard back, but not as much substance from other utilities. But, we certainly know that they have some policies in place, and perhaps they're willing, to do, this on, voluntarily, but we don't know.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Flippin.
No questions.
Mr. Litton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the petition. I do appreciate it, and I appreciate the issues that you've raised here. I guess first off, we know that the Commission's annual winter moratorium, or restrictions rather, begin on November 1st. So that'll add some additional heightened protections against service denials. You're suggesting now that the protections that we issue only apply to customers who are past recipients or eligible currently for LIHEAP assistance.
Yeah, that's right. We want to cover everyone who is eligible in 2025, but also on an ongoing basis. We have talked about that with OHEP, and our understanding is that there is regular information provided about qualifying OHEP customers, so we would like to see those newly qualified individuals protected as well, and also customers that maybe you can clarify this, Nicole, customers that have been terminated.
Yes, so our thought was the utilities, according to what we learned from OHEP, or based on what we learned from OHEP, the utilities are aware of OHEP recipients in 2025, and they're aware of OHEP recipients thus far in fiscal year 2026, but what they don't know is who's on a daily basis being newly approved for OHEP benefits.
Right.
So we discussed with OHEP the possibility of OHEP transmitting a weekly list to the utilities of newly approved OHEP recipients. And those particular customers may have already been terminated by the time the utilities receive those lists. So our thought is that those customers should be restored service. They should not have to pay deposits, late fees, reconnection fees. Termination fees should be waived, or I guess at that point they'd have to be refunded. So that is a way to keep people who were depending on this federal money protected through the crisis season.
Okay, yeah, that was going to be my next question for customers who had not, who would be eligible, but for whatever reason had not yet applied. We know that the OHEP application cycle runs basically 30 days in terms of the, I'll call it the look back for income eligibility. So if unfortunately, there's a number of customers in Maryland that are federal employees who, I guess as of this week, are not getting their first pay. So that puts them about 14 or 15 days or so in the non-income earning section. One more cycle like that, and suddenly we have a lot of customers who are now eligible for LIHEAP assistance. In your conversations with OHEP, are they aware of this? Are they preparing for it? I know they're not here today, and I can't ask them that directly, so I'm relying on your communications with them.
I'm not sure that we particularly discussed what would be happening with the federal employees. We asked them for how to best present this, how to make this the most effective proposal possible. That's what we discussed with them, and we also discussed some logistics of how they share information with the utilities and what they think would be appropriate. But unfortunately, we did not particularly talk about what would happen with these federal employees if they keep not getting paid.
But presumably they would be applying for OHEP, and they would, their names would be part of the weekly updates, and so they would be part of the group that we're advocating for. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the cycle is currently for OHEP to produce that information to the utilities? I was under the impression it was more frequent than weekly, but it might be something different now.
Unfortunately, I do not know. I believe that there's already a weekly transmission happening. And the question, OHEP was going to look into whether this information could be added to the transmission, but in between the time of speaking with OHEP late last week and today, we haven't yet heard that they can affirmatively do that, but it seems like they can. And maybe, unfortunately, that might be a question for the utilities. How are they already getting information from OHEP? But I'm sorry that I can't answer that.
Okay, so part of the reason for that this line of questioning is that obviously whatever direction the commission issues, the utilities have to be able to comply with it. And so we don't want the situation where they are in a position of not being able to comply because they don't have information from OHEP. And not because OHEP's not capable of providing or anything like that, just because this is a new process. So we want to make sure that to the extent we say to the companies not to deny service to LIHEAP customers, we have to be able to identify who they are. And we have to rely, the commission has to rely very heavily on OHEP for that. Keeping in mind that OHEP also collects administrative money through LIHEAP, and I guess they won't be getting that either.
Yeah, our best information is that it occurs once a week, and perhaps it's more than that, but at least once a week.
Okay. All right. I may have other questions, but I'll pause for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And again, not turning you into proxies for OHEP, but I guess I had two related concerns. One, we've now the intake process for OHEP is actually subcontracted to the local governments, the counties and the city of Baltimore. So I guess I'm a little concerned about how that process is going to work related to getting this information from them to OHEP to the utilities. And then the second issue is, we saw with categorical eligibility that the pool expanded rather quickly, and so along the lines of what Commissioner Linton was talking about, I'm wondering if because of that and the other factors related to the shutdown that it's going to become a pretty big pool of customers that now suddenly become available for this, and how we kind of factor through all that.
I mean, one thing that I think we can be certain of is that they have information about current OHEP recipients. So
Sure.
That's clear. I think there is some logistics and some learning that has to be done with, adding newly eligible customers.
Sure.
And as far as the, overall funding goes, we don't have
Sure.
we don't have a sense. We haven't heard that there's been a problem like there was about a year ago in terms of OHEP running out of funding outside of the fact that the federal government hasn't dispersed funds recently.
Right. Yeah. Commissioner Sushman.
Is it possible, I am also worried about sort of, having this sort of expand and expand and expand, mostly because then we have a big arrearage issue, and that can just follow people forever. Is it possible to limit the application to those who were LIHEAP eligible as of the 2025 fiscal year? And part of my asking that is I don't really know, and it's really unfortunate that OHEP is not here, because I don't know what they have been doing in terms of processing for the 2026 fiscal year. But if we were sort of recognizing that some of what we're trying to do is to stem the bleeding for customers that not just rely, but need LIHEAP assistance, so that we can prevent those customers from being terminated. And that definitely narrows the pool of eligible customers to those that we've identified, because OHEP has identified them as being the most needy. Well, they operate under the federal fiscal year because that's when LIHEAP, so this is LIHEAP for 20, so there's no LIHEAP 2026 money. So it would sort of be based on LIHEAP 2025 money. I mean, it may be I mean, I'm assuming most of the 2025 customers are going to be eligible. I just don't know that LIHEAP that OHEP has actually made a decision about who is eligible. I'm not sure that I know, for example, that Pennsylvania's just closed their offices and said we're just not opening them again, or we're not doing anything on this until we get funding. So I don't know what OHEP has done in terms of making determinations about who gets funding, but at least we would know based on 2025 who received, because I would like to find a way of targeting those, because OHEP made a determination that those were the most needy. And I'd like to be able to find a way of, since this is a Band-Aid, and we're just going to try to get through the winter. And so it's just trying to find the ones that really do need the help right now, and targeting that help. And I think I'd like to see it more than just a moratorium on disconnection. I'd like to see if we can find a way to provide some funding, if we can, to help these customers kind of get through the winter. So on some level, sort of it's 82 million that we're not going to see if we don't get LIHEAP funding for this winter. And so, I am just operating sort of from the assumption that there will be no LIHEAP money, because I don't know how else we can sort of put something together with any assurance that we're helping people. And so I guess the question is, can we try to put a limit on the disconnection to the LIHEAP customers, or the otherwise LIHEAP customers who would have received funding, don't get the funding, and we're trying to sort of create a basket of options for them.
I think you could do that. I mean, of course, we would like to try to incorporate, newly qualifying customers. I think that rather than fiscal year 2025, I do believe that in fiscal year 2026, customers have been approved by OHEP. So
Right,
there
and
have
that's,
been- and so-
right, we actually asked, and we didn't get a response to that, so it is unfortunate that they're not
Yeah,
here.
Our understanding is that there have been disbursements in fiscal year 2026.
Okay.
So that, the cleaner way to do it would probably be to say anybody who's been qualified up until, October 31st, or, rather than, going back to the end of fiscal year 2025 and then excluding.
That's fine, but if we could do it sort of based on customers that will or would have received LIHEAP funding.
Yeah,
But not have it be just anybody who is categorically eligible, but just have it be I think that OHEP gave us 57,000 customers, and so assuming that a similar number is eligible going into fiscal year 2026, can we just take that universe and say for those customers, no disconnection for the winter time, and then whatever other things we come up with.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I think you could apply a cutoff. I'm not sure what you mean about category, because those customers could have come in through categorical eligibility.
But if they didn't, or they wouldn't, I mean, it's I'd like to avoid a situation where somebody gets disconnected and then they come back and say, well, we did meet the eligibility criteria, we just didn't ask for
Right.
LIHEAP money.
Yeah, certainly I think you could decide that this is going to apply to, this category of customers who have qualified as of a certain date.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I knew I had another question, and I wanted to make sure I got it. I stated it before we moved to continue talking about this a bit. As you know, the utility companies have, over the last several weeks, been offering a number of what they believe to be solutions that will help mitigate some of the challenges that everybody's facing. I mentioned the last time I asked questions about the winter restriction period that the Commission has that applies every year between November 1st and March 31st. And I don't mean to hijack the joint utilities presentation for PC59, but on page 7 of their slide deck, they actually list, at least for the joint utilities, some of the things that they wish to offer. And it's specifically for LIHEAP customers. And I don't know if this was in response to your petition or if this is something they had planned on presenting anyway. But I guess the question and probably the pushback that you would receive from anybody that's not interested in offering a moratorium, because I can tell you historically utility companies don't like them for probably obvious reasons. But are there some things about this? I mean, is there another column that's necessary that you think that to address something that we're not seeing here, or that the utility companies are not addressing, or do you believe this to be sufficient?
Yeah, I'm seeing this for the first time, so.
Sure. I think we all are. So.
But it just the hold protections is just 55 days, and of course we could be seeing a much more prolonged period, and of course once you start putting a day limit on it, you're looking at potential terminations, if I'm understanding this correctly, when we're in the coldest part of the winter, and that can be dangerous and cause substantial hardships.
Right. Now, I think we're on the same page in terms of making sure that the LIHEAP customers are protected, and because this is obviously not a problem created by them, and at the same time, even customers who were eligible for payment plans, say 4 months ago, and they didn't satisfy it, and perhaps need another one now. I could tell you from personal experience, you can have one challenge and then find another one a couple of months later and end up being in the same situation you were in the first time, and everybody has to figure out why, or people ask why. So suffice to say that the goal here, I think, would be to make sure that those customers who are eligible for the LIHEAP assistance receive whatever cover they need until such time as the federal government, for lack of a better word, gets their act together and starts making the assistance available that they've made available for many years now. I see we have
At the appropriate
yes.
moment, Commissioner, I'm happy to talk about what our plans already would be to help customers who are on LIHEAP.
Okay, well, I'll
So-
defer, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so my plan was after I got done talking to OPC was to invite the companies to come up and give their reactions both to petitions and also any independent thoughts and ideas that you already are working on.
Fair enough.
So anything else from your end? Or?
No, I'll yield back.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just would say we agree. I mean, we don't think like a prohibition on terminations alone. I think it's reconnect fees, late payment. We want to see down payments. Those are some of those things are identified in the petition, but we're very concerned about situations where one problem leads to another.
Right. Okay, all right, thank you very much. Is there anybody else from the, low-income advocate community that wants to present any thoughts on this before I turn to the companies to hear their thoughts? So, actually, you can come up to the table if you want to. Yeah, that'd be enough room.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you. Olivia Wine, Senior Attorney at the National Consumer Law Center. National Consumer Law Center was also instrumental in securing the disconnection protection in Massachusetts. It advanced the low-income disconnection moratorium to actually starting this Monday. And it extended it the other direction to the end of March, starting to April 1. And the rationale was sort of, the community action agencies were seeing clients that they knew had received LIHEAP in the past being disconnected. So, these were clients who, in the normal cadence of events, this is sort of the drill, the winter drill, they would have been protected. They would have come in for their LIHEAP assistance. They would not have been shut off. But for the shutdown, right? And that incurs other, sort of chaos. And these are the same households sort of facing food insecurity, healthcare costs rising because of what we see going on with the ACA. So these are the very households under like multiple stresses. And so it is akin to the COVID sort of situation because it's sudden and it disrupted sort of the normal cadence of the regular cycle of protections kicking in. And then I would also sort of like to say that the protections listed here in Massachusetts, the protection extends to customers identified as low income last year, so recipients of LIHEAP last year. Massachusetts also has a low income discount rate. So, that's within the same bucket. It's sort of the same type of eligibility criteria. And to the extent that utilities and the LIHEAP agency are able to identify newly poor, right? We're facing these economic circumstances hitting everywhere all at once, right? If those customers can be identified, finding ways to also protect them within this protection. But it isn't sort of a blanket. It is, to the extent practicable. I can't say that word, but you know what I mean. It was a pragmatic solution to encompass low income, and so that was the intent there. The difference between Maryland and Massachusetts is that Massachusetts doesn't have any deposits. So that's prohibited, and they don't have late fees. So the protections that OPC has requested are, if you think of it this way, when the LIHEAP dollars start to flow, that's sort of avoided unnecessary, right? Those dollars, those late fees, those deposits would not have been charged to those customers had we had LIHEAP. They would have been helped earlier in the process. So it sort of extends the reach of the LIHEAP dollars to bill assistance. So I think those are sort of like the key remarks that I wanted to make on those points.
Any questions? Mr. Sussman?
Okay, so first, can you, so this is a bench request. If you could provide us with a sort of a general overview of what Massachusetts has in terms of the protections against disconnection. And I guess my other question, so, in an ideal world, we'd be in a position where we would come up with some kind of low income mechanism that we'd be ready to go with. But the reality is that, we're going to hear some suggestions today, but it's going to take a little bit of time. We're never going to get anything in place by the winter time. If we're lucky, we'll have something in place by the summertime, but we're sort of losing this period. Are you aware of any sort of situations where so there's kind of monies available coming from the utility that kind of shadow on some level what could have been, LIHEAP money, where it would sort of take the place of what LIHEAP money would have come in and then can be kind of paid back, or the utilities can create a regulatory asset. I mean, we don't want to create a situation where the utilities are out. That's not fair to them. I mean, it's not their fault either that we're in the situation we're in. So, are you aware of any place around the country where commissions are thinking about ways in which some funding can come in through the utilities, and with a kind of a way of making sure that utilities are made whole?
Oh,
That's you.
the two examples that came to mind were not sort of resting on the utilities, but rather the state legislatures. Illinois has a parallel state LIHEAP appropriated program. So that program money runs parallel and sort of is integrated with the federal LIHEAP dollars, and that sort of allows them to weather storms like this.
No pun intended.
Right,
Right.
exactly. And in Massachusetts, not every time there's a crisis, but enough times, the state legislature will make an emergency appropriation, sort of front end the funds,
Okay.
while they wait for the LIHEAP dollars to flow. And I will sort of note, there was a discussion about FY26 LIHEAP dollars. The Federal Anti-Deficiency Act prohibits the spending of money that you do not have.
Right.
So what you see in those situations is states in their regular LIHEAP programs are allowed by statute to carry over a small percentage of last year's funds to start the upcoming winter season. So you may be seeing some carryover dollars. There were some IIJA, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, had appropriated an extra $100 million for the LIHEAP program over 5 years, and there may have been some extra, some of those monies may be involved in that carryover from last year. We haven't heard of the release of this year's $100 million from the IIJA. In terms of LIHEAP staffing, yes, the HHS's energy assistance staff, the program staff, were all riffed on April 10th, but higher up the sort of organizational tree in the Office of Community Services, there were skeleton staff that were assigned the LIHEAP program, and so they are able to ensure that, if Congress appropriates, does a stopgap bill or a full year CR, those LIHEAP dollars will be able to go out. There are people at HHS that can make that money flow, do the formula run and the money run, but there's always a lag. Every time there's a LIHEAP appropriation, that sort of drill of figuring out the state allocations, it takes about 6 to 8 weeks. I mean, so we're in unusual circumstances with even reduced staff, so maybe the 6 to 8 week lag from Congress, passing the appropriations bill and money hitting the states. It could be
This could
longer.
be February or March.
It could be.
Okay, so let's go back to the anti-deficiency provision, or the Anti-Deficiency Act. So you're saying, well, clearly OHEP couldn't give monies that they don't have, and they couldn't spend monies that they don't have. If we were to have the utilities kind of step in and then are made whole through LIHEAP monies, would that implicate the Anti-Deficiency Act?
I'd have to think about that one
Okay.
a bit. Yeah.
I mean, I hadn't really thought about. I mean, usually I think about anti-deficiency in terms of federal,
It is
sort of taking federal action. So it's federal government taking federal action, but I guess it flows down to recipients of federal dollars.
that is correct.
Okay.
They cannot make obligations on behalf of the federal FY26 program because
Right.
they don't have those dollars.
Right. Okay. And then are you aware of how much Maryland OHAP held back?
Not off the top of my head, but
Okay.
I could find that number for you.
Yeah, if you can find the number and,
Yeah.
yes, because we kind of asked. We didn't hear back. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. So let me invite all the electric and gas utilities to come forward. And again, any reactions you have to the petition, we're happy to hear. I also know that, you're already undertaking a number of actions because of the other federal situation related to federal employees, and that this is a situation not of your making, but we're all stuck in it, so.
Spencer, you can come up to the table.
Yeah. I mean, we can
We're
sort
not
of,
going to leave WGL
we can sort of
off to the
jump
side.
jump around.
jump back.
Yeah, so. wherever.
Here, Spencer, you can take my seat. Not saying anything.
Right, no particular order, but I guess we can start with Smecco. Sure.
Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. Good afternoon, Chair Hoover, members of the commission. So obviously we just received the petition yesterday, so we are still reviewing it. But upon our preliminary review, we are supportive of the notion of a moratorium of some sort. And I think consistent with, in terms of protections, consistent with what we're already doing for individuals, customer members that are impacted by the federal government shutdown. I do think it's important at least to note, it sounds like we have lots of different data circulating around the room, at least for SMECA, we are not seeing delays in terms of disbursements of assistance to date. We're in I just got some data points, we're in week 16 of the fiscal year, and payments are current as of week 12, which is normal, at least normal in terms of disbursement. So I guess the question might be whether we're premature in taking definitive action, because the disbursements are still coming in. That's not to say they may not stop at some point, but just as of today, we are current.
Okay.
That's all I have to offer right now.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company, Delmarva Power and Light Company, and Joint Exelon Utilities, so PG as well. And John Frayne will be doing the bulk of the presentation, but I do just want to echo Mr. Krieger's sentiments. The companies did just receive this petition yesterday, and we do want to reserve our right to respond to it in writing and further. So with that, I'll turn over.
Ms. Beckham, are you also current on your LIHEAP monies coming in?
Yes, we
Okay,
are.
Okay.
Yes, similar to SMECO, we have not seen the funding stop yet. That's not to say that, that might not happen at some point in the future. But as Commissioner Linton noted in our outbound presentation, we are already have in place plans for how we would plan to help these LIHEAP customers. And I would say in many respects, they match what, effectively OPC's request for a moratorium would get to. So we are talking about hold protections for these LIHEAP customers. And when I say LIHEAP customers, I'm really talking about customers who have qualified for OHEP assistance. And so in our billing system, we have a flag that if a customer has received assistance in the past 12 months, or if they have been verified to be eligible for assistance in the past 12 months, that flag is in our system. And so those would be the customers that we would, say would be subject to these protections. Now, it is right now, we have a process currently in place where there's a 55-day hold. We would re-up that depending on sort of what happened with the government shutdown and the LIHEAP funding. We absolutely want to support customers during this challenging time, and do not want to see any customers disconnected from service. So that's why we've got this plan in place. We're also looking to make flexible payment options available to them. We are going to waive late payment charges for those customers. We will do that in 30-day increments. And, we are also going to reconnect any customers who might have been disconnected prior to this. We would, if they, are eligible for OHEP assistance, maybe they received OHEP assistance last year and are waiting to get assistance this year, but have been disconnected for some reason, we'll reconnect their service. And then, we are looking to one of the things that I'd like to emphasize here with you. I think you've heard a number of folks kind of equate what is happening now to the COVID era pandemic, and in some ways, I think that's an apropos, analogy in terms of the potential impacts. What I would also say and recommend is that we actually learn from the experience that we had during the COVID era pandemic. During the pandemic, there was a blanket moratorium on disconnections. What that meant for customers is that they had no reason to actually go and apply for energy assistance that was available. And so because of that, there was a lot of energy assistance that actually just was left untouched. And at the same time, customer arrearages were building to a point that, after those COVID era pandemic practices were lifted, it became much more challenging for those customers to deal with the larger balances. So the reason that we have in place the plan that we do is that we want to protect customers, but we also want to make sure that they still have the signal to actually go after energy assistance that might still be there, and certainly to, go and apply for OHEP LIHEAP assistance, right? So that when the funding does become available, if for some reason it stopped, they would be eligible already. We want to make sure that the customers are actually accessing all of the assistance that's actually out there, so that at the end of the day, we don't end up in a situation where arrearages have built up to the point where it becomes challenging for them to pay those large balances off. And ultimately, all other customers end up bearing the costs of that.
So actually, let me just ask one little process question in regards to the fact that you just saw the petition the other day. How much time do you think you would need to give us a reaction to it?
Sure. I wouldn't want to put my other utility colleagues in any type
I
of
understand.
bind with what I might respond to, so I invite them to pull me off. But the first number that popped in my head is at least 14 business days, like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I think, considering, as we just talked about, we've got our plans in place. We've already started talking about this, but I think, again, I think it was a pretty substantial petition that we'd like to have time to evaluate.
And I understand that. And I guess, given the fact that I guess the problem's not here yet, based on what you've told us, makes me a little more comfortable and not feeling that we're, under the gun to get something done and in place. A related question to your point about, what happened during COVID. I mean, how do we thread the needle of sort of making people aware of what this change might be, to give them some comfort level about all the other stuff they're trying to figure out with their household budgets, without necessarily, sort of giving a green light like, oh, just, toss it aside and forget about it?
Yeah, well, that's something that we're always looking to do, Chair. We are always trying to communicate with customers, right? To let them know what the available processes are. So that's why we've got, kind of processes in place to make it very simple for them to access benefits and to find assistance that's out there. I think we certainly could do some outbound messaging to customers to encourage them to still access assistance and to qualify for eligible to be eligible, so that when funding again, the funding hasn't stopped yet.
Sure.
So, but if the funding were to stop, they would still, be looking to make sure that they were still eligible, so that when the funding actually started again, they'd be able to access it quicker.
Okay.
So two questions. This 55-day hold, is that just a computer thing that if the computer only recognizes sort of 55 days, so then you'd have to do it again? Or is that just an arbitrary?
I would have to ask for help from my colleagues here. I'm not sure. I think it's a system thing, and we would it would. I don't think it would be complicated or difficult at all for us to re-up the
As a
hold.
policy matter, you don't have an issue with us putting a moratorium for the winter for LIHEAP customers.
Well, so for example, the moratorium that was issued, earlier this year was effectively a moratorium, I'll say, right? When the notices were I think the 15-day notices, they were extended for a period of time. Our systems couldn't handle that. That meant that we were effectively in a moratorium at that point in time. So that's why we do recommend just sticking with the current processes that we have. We can navigate this and make sure that customers are treated properly and fairly. But a blanket moratorium would.
No, but if we were to, if there were to be a moratorium for LIHEAP customers, LIHEAP eligible customers, and you said you have a 55-day hold. And I'm just asking if that's a computer issue, that we're not going to ask you to spend money to change your computers. I mean, looks like you're about to get.
Yes, I don't think that we would have to spend money. I think it's a current process. It might even be a regulation. So it's not something that we would need
Right,
to
if you could let us
money
know
on.
what the 50, is there something sort of magical about that 55-day? And then, in terms of ensuring that customers, subject to a moratorium, are taking advantage of as many opportunities as sort of out there. If you sort of flip it and say you're only eligible for the moratorium if you're a LIHEAP customer, then you don't end up with that problem because you already know that they're taking advantage. And so again, that's it. Perhaps for all LIHEAP customers, they're just told, when the money runs out, don't worry, we're not gonna disconnect you.
Right, but LIHEAP is not the only source of funding out there, right? So it is obviously a very significant, major source,
but if we're trying to tackle one challenge, which is no LIHEAP money, if we could try to keep us focused just on LIHEAP, so that it's LIHEAP eligible customers who are getting LIHEAP. When that money goes away, they need to know you're not getting disconnected, so don't worry.
right, and that's what we've already done with
Right.
this plan.
Right, okay, thank you.
If I may, I just to address Commissioner Sushner's question with respect to SMECO. So we do have a 55-day hold. It is a system parameter that's built in. So when a customer member applies for energy assistance, we get notification, and it puts a hold for disconnection for non-payment with respect to that customer member because energy assistance is pending. Sorry.
But you can override that. I mean, you can, if we issue an order that just tells you for all LIHEAP customers, no disconnection, it'll be a 55-day hold. You'll just renew the 55-day. We don't need to get into the machinations of.
We will not be spending $1 million to reprogram our.
That's a really important piece of it, right? You could just push the button, and
I'm
then
not sure
you
it's
can
just pushing the button, but we've done moratoriums in the past, and
Okay.
so yes, we could comment. The 55-day hold is a standard process that we have, regardless of an emergency. That's what we do with energy assistance customers. Period.
Okay, but what I'm asking is that's it's not going to be a heavy lift to go from 55 days to 150 days. I mean, whatever the period is for, or to whatever.
We can turn collections off.
Right.
So
Okay. Thank
that's
you.
what we do, yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jessica Reba on behalf of Potomac Edison. I'll probably largely repeat what my colleagues have said. Potomac Edison appreciates OPC making the filing and starting this conversation. We absolutely want to be a support system for our most vulnerable customers at this time. We're also still digesting the filing, and I won't chase Ms. Beckham down in the parking lot for her 14 business day proposal if that's something you all can agree to. I'm sure you can appreciate that this is not a Maryland issue. So First Energy is talking about this, enterprise-wide and trying to figure out what makes sense across all of our states in terms of support. I will say this is something we would certainly provide in writing, but I think honestly one of the biggest things that jumped out at us in the proposal for our folks was the idea of changing the language in our bill. So in terms of getting messaging out, we would want to look at what's most effective and easy to implement, quite frankly, in a quick period of time. But in terms of the other proposals that OPC put out there, we think there's a lot of merit there and are happy to help here.
Hi.
Oh, wait a minute.
Can I just ask, just a process, not process, but when the money stops, customers won't know that. I mean, because the money goes from the agency to the utility. So when will a customer know that the LIHEAP money has stopped?
That's a good question.
It wouldn't be reflected on their bill, so the monthly bill would reflect that the.
So they'll get a bill. It'll be much higher than normal. Maybe that's the messaging. Is that very first bill where the number goes up? There'll be a little note that says, "Ignore that line." I mean, I guess the question is, so then what's the expectation from the utility? The utility wants the customer to pay all of it, or?
Well, Commissioner, I think that just like any other bill that a customer receives, that they're looking at and saying, I need help with paying this bill, we would expect that those customers would contact us, right? And we would offer them all of the different, payment solutions and help that we have. And at that point in that conversation, we would be talking to them about.
So does a customer from the agency, will the customer's bill be the amount will be the same every single month, or will it change?
The customer's bills change
No,
every
no,
month.
I mean
unless
that LIHEAP portion. Will that be the same every month? So let's say $100 comes into the amount of November. Would they get 100 for?
It depends. If the amount is applied as bill credits, then it would be the same every month. If it's just applied as a one lump sum amount, it would obviously be a lump sum amount.
And what's the normal course and how do you make that?
Yeah, I think it's monthly bill credits.
Okay, so it's monthly,
Yeah.
but and so that amount is the same every
That's
single
right.
month. Okay, so I guess the reason I'm asking is, if the commission were to try to find a way for utilities to basically sort of be the shadow LIHEAP supplier. So for those credits. Would you be able to take that piece off, hold that, create a regulatory asset if you need to? I mean, it sounds like it's. I guess I'm wondering if there's a way in which ratepayers sort of basically wouldn't even know. I mean, they'd know that we're doing a program, but they wouldn't, from month to month, they wouldn't actually know, because instead of LIHEAP money, that it would be replaced with utility money for some period of time until LIHEAP comes in.
Yeah. Commissioner, I guess speaking on behalf of the Joint Exelon Utilities, we certainly want to support customers. We've been doing a lot, we believe, to try and help address the challenges that customers are seeing. We in fact, gave $19 million from Exelon shareholders to more than 40,000 customers here this year in Maryland. We are doing everything we can to support customers, but once we get to a question of should we be kind of spending more money,
This would not be money coming out of your pocket. I mean,
well, I don't
it's-
know how it couldn't be if we're saying that the utilities are going to somehow help and create a regulatory asset with the amounts that we'd be using to help, that is money out of our pocket. And for I will say for the joint Exelon utilities right now, we are struggling ourselves. We are really, really, really hurting. Our employees are hurting because we have been waiting on MYP reconciliation orders and MYP lessons learned order from the commission. And so we are doing everything we can to help customers, but quite frankly, we are hurting to the point where we're cutting to the bone, and we are in managed hiring freezes. We are not hiring externally. We are, letting attrition happen, and there's just not
I
anything
understand,
else we can do.
Mr. Frayne, but I'm thinking about the customer that has to make a decision about whether they're going to pay their electricity bill or buy food for their kids or pay for medicine. So that's like sort of life and death things. And I'm trying to think of, sort of think outside the box of ways that we can get through this where utilities are not, I mean, I don't really want to take on the whole range of issues that you guys have with us. I just want to focus on just this issue and try to find an approach that won't hurt you as utilities and can help us to get through this. That's the only thing. And so if we can find a way to cover that delta, and instead of saying, well, you ratepayer who can barely make ends meet, we're gonna make you pay more, but don't worry, we're not gonna disconnect you. You'll just owe a lot of money at the end of the day. I'm just trying to think of ways that we can find a path forward.
And I hear you. Unfortunately, the only way to make that money go away is to have someone pay for it. And, that is the struggle. And we simply do not have resources ourselves now. We've given a lot, and we are absolutely willing to do what we can.
And you think a reg asset is not gonna help you to recover what you're putting in?
A regulatory asset means that we are going to be spending money and waiting for recovery at some point in the future, and that is exactly what our issue is right now. We are unable to continue financing large amounts, and we're doing everything we can to continue providing safe and reliable service to customers, but we are hurting and we just don't have anything left to give.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Deb Davis with Columbia Gas. I'm manager of Universal Services. I echo a lot of what I heard here, but Columbia made the decision. This is the advantage to having a very small company. We have 34,000 total customers, 32,000 residential. So we made the decision to just stop residential terminations for the duration of this. We have also offered to those that are being affected by the government shutdown to delay their account without expecting a payment and stop late fees for those customers. We increased our hardship fund knowing that MEEP grants were going down this year. So we recognized that we needed more money in our hardship funds, and we did do what we could to try and fund that at a higher level to help our customers that way. And we have reviewed the OPC petition, and we can, again, because we're smaller, we're talking 3,200 OHEB customers, we believe we can accommodate most of those requests. A couple of them will be manual, but we think we'll be okay. The bigger issue is still, for us, still looking at the communications and what that will cost to get that kind of communication out to our customers. That's all I have.
Okay. Okay, seeing no questions?
And I think Washington Gas, good afternoon, Commissioners. Spencer Nichols on behalf of Washington Gas. Washington Gas is also, I think, relatively simpler because as some or all of you may know, for many years, Washington Gas has a voluntary self-imposed moratorium on shutting off customers for unpaid bills during the winter. And that runs from November 1st through March 31st. And that's regardless of LIHEAP eligibility or OHEB certification.
Okay. Oh, Commissioner. Well, actually, did you have a question for WGO or just?
No, well, no, it's for the panel, but so we can.
Okay, all right.
If I may, I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Sussman's question to Mr. Frayne with respect to any cost recovery opportunities. So a regulatory asset, it's not nirvana, and I just want to be clear in terms of what we're talking about here as it would impact the cooperative. A regulatory asset means we're effectively deferring expense to future recovery in a rate case proceeding. We don't like to file rate cases, and so from a financial health perspective, what we really would need is some sort of contemporaneous cost recovery mechanism, some sort of surcharge mechanism. So that's one.
Right, but I offered the idea of a regulatory asset, but again, I couched that in terms of trying to think outside the box. Is there a way in which we can help these customers to get through the winter and not put you guys out of money? So that was sort of and it could be that, it could be something else. So that's why I was just sort of asking you, and not asking you to commit to anything, but asking to think outside the box.
And actually, and I appreciate that. And I think the cost recovery is actually the easier piece of the puzzle. At the end of the day, we're talking about our other customers subsidizing this group. And so when you talk about cost responsibility, that's really the end question here. As Mr. Frayne indicated, someone's got to pay. And so you're talking about all of our other customer members, some of which may be, teetering on that line of financial hardship, where we're adding more pressure to them because their costs will go up as a result of subsidizing this additional assistance mechanism. So those are sort of the 2 points just to respond to your question. Thank you.
All right, so Commissioner Litt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it sounds as though for all of the companies that are continuing collection action during the period we're talking about, November through April, you're pretty much doing along the lines of what's on the Exelon slide. And I apologize again for hijacking your presentation. I didn't.
All good.
It wasn't intentional. Well, I guess it was in the grand scheme of things. But is that correct to say that for the most part, what you see there is pretty much what they're doing, what everybody's doing? So I have a couple of questions. The first regarding the service reconnection. These are customers that are LIHEAP customers that are off and do not have service currently. So are all of you reconnecting them, first of all, without requiring them to pay a past due bill, but then also making sure that they don't pay deposits and other things that you would typically charge a customer that has been disconnected without payment?
Yes, for the Exelon utilities, that's exactly what we're doing.
Okay, that's good. I know the box is small, but it didn't go into some details that were relevant.
Yeah,
So-
and Commissioner Lynn, we had not implemented anything with respect to this specific customer group yet because
Right.
the problem has not manifested itself. We are doing this with respect to individuals impacted by the government shutdown that are federal employees within our service territory.
Okay. So, as you know, I was around during the pandemic moratorium period, and I'll note that at the time there was both a federal and state declared emergency by the governor, the president, as about local county executives. Everybody declared emergencies back then, and every state in the country, with the exception, I think, of one out west, had moratoriums on service denial across all utilities. So it wasn't just gas and electric, but it was even telephone and sewage, everything. Everybody was protected, basically. It was a strange time, as you know. But there were some valuable lessons that came out of that period. And one of the reasons why the moratoriums were embraced that way is because we tended to see in prior moratoriums before that one, there was a need to make sure that customers weren't caught in the corners. And what I mean by that is that if you have a series of protections like the ones we have on screen here, that there weren't customers who had failed on a payment plan already, sought another one, and for some reason or another, because they failed on the first one, the companies were reluctant to give them a second one. And so there was the tension back and forth about getting reconnected or having their service reconnected, even though we were in that crisis period. Or consumers who were trying to contact the utility for different reasons and couldn't get through, making phone call after phone call, sitting on hold for extended periods of time. As you know, my background in the Consumer Affairs Division, I get to see a lot of those kind of things, and I can tell you that our Consumer Affairs Division has made clear that they're still seeing those kinds of things across the state. And so moratoriums have their challenges, but they help cover us against those kinds of things. So what can we hear from the companies today to make certain that for those customers who would be on a normal day a challenging situation for you from a collection perspective, that we're not elevating the company's collection actions over the moment that we're in? I guess I won't look on this side because you guys have moratorium, so I'm more in the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say, Commissioner Linton, that, there isn't any other kind of, corners or things, right? So, like, if a customer is eligible for OHEP, LIHEAP assistance, this is going to apply. So whether they had a payment arrangement that didn't, like, work out before or some other circumstance, right, that, that doesn't matter. It's not going to factor into the equation. These are the, factors that decide how we handle, these customers. So I believe we really have learned from, past experiences, and that's why we've put in place the measures that we have, and are doing this because we believe it's what's going to actually help customers the most.
I'll say, I mean, certainly as a cooperative, we work with our customers on an individual basis. And so to the extent a customer is anticipating assistance and it's delayed for whatever reason, we are, as indicated earlier, we are supportive of a moratorium, and we would not disconnect that customer. So to the extent that's the reassurance that's needed, if the assistance is in the queue, it's moving forward, we know it's there, that's not going to be a basis for disconnecting. We're not going to disconnect the customer because it hasn't posted yet.
Okay, so so just as you know, the 55-day hold time frame is it's old. It's been around for many years, but the purpose of it from many years ago was to give the OHEP a time to process an application, which included time to let the consumer provide all of the, quite frankly, mountainous amount of documentation that they needed in order to be eligible, or found eligible. And sometimes customers miss the 55-day cutoff. They've produced some documents, but not everything that's necessary. So are you also committing to making certain that those customers that are still working their way through the process, because as we talked about earlier, we're going to have some consumers who have never been through it before, are first-time applicants, and so they'll be a bit, as we've heard before, a little surprised at what they have to do in order to get this assistance. So are you still willing to work with them? Because you're going to have some that are not going to make the 55-day period.
Yeah, I mean, Commissioner, we work with customers just as Mr. Krieger said every day, right? And customers have been in that situation before, and we work with them every day with their need to find financial assistance, or, we're not looking to actually disconnect anyone from service. We don't want to do that. So we'd absolutely be working with that customer and not looking to disconnect them, at this time or any time.
And I'll just say ditto. And that's why we have agreed, at least in the current scenario with federal government employees, to waive our otherwise applicable good faith deposits to payment plans and whatnot. And so we're working with customers on an individual basis to make sure that disconnection can be avoided, and the same would apply there.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. I look forward to seeing your responses in whatever time frame that the chairman sets. But I think it's important that as you have before, the utility companies can rise to the occasion again. And we've been down these roads before, unfortunately, and they seem to keep happening for some reason. But at least we know that you have the ability to do it without imposing a whole lot of new costs on everybody long term, and being able to help consumers along the way. So hopefully that will be the result we see this time as well. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, so I have one other idea. It's always dangerous for me to sit here and, so I'm looking at this late payment charge waiver. Would it be possible to move the piece that was LIHEAP funded into sort of a separate account for them to be held in abeyance until the LIHEAP money comes in? So you're not paying for it. It's not put into a reg asset. It's owed to utilities when that money comes in, with the understanding that if it doesn't come in, that customers is going to have to pay that money, which they would have to have paid anyway if they didn't get LIHEAP. I mean, since you're waiving late payment fees anyway, you'd just be waiving the late payment fee on that portion of the bill that would have been covered by LIHEAP. And you don't have to answer. I'm just sort of asking. I'm mostly just, and that's why I'm trying to get you guys to think about, whatever kind of can work. We don't want you out of, but hopefully this is going to be monies that will be covered. I'm just worried about that big bill that's going to come in that they simply don't have the ability to pay. Mm-hmm. Letting them know that the LIHEAP money has run out, but that you're not expecting them to pay that piece of it that day, that they only are responsible for paying. Anyway, just
to understand your question, it's similar to how we would waive a late fee, also waive whatever that delta is.
Well, you're not going to waive it permanently. You're just waiving it that month. So somebody normally gets a $100 bill because $50 is covered by LIHEAP. That the month that they get a $150 bill, they still have to pay that $100. The $50 that would have been LIHEAP is going to be carried over. They don't have to pay that piece of it because that presumably will be paid once the LIHEAP money comes in.
I'm trying to brainstorm with you here.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I was just...
No, I mean, the cost responsibility obviously would reside with the customer regardless.
Right.
And so it's really just a matter of, if there's a moratorium on disconnect, then the customer is going to continue to have service. And so the unpaid balance will stay the same. So I guess that's where I'm not following.
Well, it's that
You're trying to make sure that they don't actually see on their bill
what
that
I'm
balance.
trying to make sure is that they actually see that this is the LIHEAP piece, so that they're not, I mean, when they get that bill without LIHEAP assistance, the LIHEAP assistance is not going to be reflected, and they're not going to understand it. If the LIHEAP is reflected in the bill, and they're sort of basically told don't pay it, but this is what the LIHEAP portion that this reflects what the LIHEAP portion is, but understand that if the government doesn't come up with LIHEAP, you will be responsible for that.
I mean, I would say understanding
think
the
that's a
challenges
programming,
of
yeah.
bill programming and what can go on a bill, that could be difficult.
Yeah,
and
okay.
It doesn't mean we couldn't have some sort of global messaging campaign to ensure the customers are appreciative of what's there and what's not there. It's just
Okay.
doing an individual bill could be complex.
Right, and then to say just pay what's there and not the LIHEAP portion. Okay.
Yeah.
But think about it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, so we'll do 14 days.
Okay.
And I guess what I would like in your response is, to the extent that you want to discuss the parameters that OPC pitched as far as who's qualified and how it gets qualified and things like that, we'd want to hear that. Secondly, any information you want to provide to us on how you interact right now with the OHEP program and, if there is a delay in the money coming in, what sort of things you have to do or could do. And I guess regarding the third issue about, Commissioner Sushman's thinking out of the box, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on this class of customers because, they've heard the other day that, what used to be called food stamps, that they may be going away, and now this is going away. And we went through a training exercise a few months ago where we were, it was a simulation where we were like in that kind of situation. And, and so there's just a whole lot of psychological pressure because actually being poor is a fairly difficult job because you're constantly spending your time robbing Peter to pay Paul. And so we were put in this situation where, this is what the assets you have, and here's your payment things, and here's this problem. And then as you start to figure this out, something else happens. And so to the extent that we can try to provide some level of assurance to folks that, look, at least on this thing, you don't have to worry about it today. That's what we want to try and do. And, there was a suggestion made, I think, in OPC's petition that, that the state governments step in and provide more money. And obviously they got their problems with their funds and expenses. But I have, over the years since I've been here, I've had discussions with the legislative leadership and the executive branch about trying to provide more resources here. And I'm perfectly happy to continue to do that, even though, the cupboard's not bare, but the cupboard's getting bare, even for them. So thoughts that you have along those lines, we're perfectly happy to consider those ideas too. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, so why don't we move to the regular part of the program, which was the presentation on the low-income payment. So why don't we take like a 5-minute break just so we can kind of set things up for that. So. Yeah, no, it's fine.
All right.
Okay.
Guys.
Okay, if we can go back on the record for PC59. So, Mr. Baker.
Great. Thank you, Chair. I think staff wanted an opportunity to respond to
Yeah.
the previous issue,
Yep.
like 1 or 2 minutes.
Yep, go ahead.
Mr. McAuliffe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Drew McAuliffe on behalf of staff. Yeah, just wanted to make a couple comments based on what we had heard today. So I would just start off by saying, the COVID moratoriums were brought up. And we have seen this before. Staff provided a report in PC, I believe it was 53 or 57 on this. And I did just want to state that, a lot of the moratoriums and bill payments were frankly net negatives for customers is what we learned. The longer the payment plan, the more likely they were to default. Just kind of advertising that customers didn't have to pay, therefore they did not pay their bill and they built up huge arrearages. So we would caution against some of those actions, and that we're generally okay with the proposal that was provided. But for example, that the utilities should essentially advertise that these customers don't have to pay is a little concerning to staff because again, if you just advertise, hey, don't worry about paying your bill, customers will not pay their bill, and obviously we want them to at least pay as much as they can. For example, the delta between what they would have paid if they received the assistance. Therefore, they do not have this huge arrearage once they get the assistance, because as we've seen, once customers build up these arrearages, they just can't get out from them. And as you may recall, we did receive state funding after a lot of this, so customers could get out of that arrearage problem. So just wanted to note that we're a little cautious of just blanketly advertising. Obviously, the utilities can put things on the bill saying, hey, if you're having trouble, if your bill seems higher than normal, could because of these issues, please call us and contact us. And at that point, they can explain to the customer, we won't terminate you. But I'm a little hesitant that we should just kind of advertise it. And then also, once hopefully this issue is resolved, staff would caution against having having long-term payment plans be a minimum. So for example, anything over a year, we'd be very hesitant to approve because, again, we saw it during the COVID moratorium. The longer the payment plan the customer had, the chance of default on that payment plan went up. It was very simple. So we would, for example, if there was a proposal that the minimum be like 2 years for a payment plan, we really would caution against that because, again, it just gets customers stuck in this loop of paying these arrearages and not getting out from under them. So that's really all we wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, on the first issue, though, I'm as I mentioned the utilities. I mean, I am concerned about just adding to the stress of people that are trying to figure out how to get food, how to pay rent, and this is the one commodity in their budget that actually has some level of governmental control. I mean, the other stuff, gas prices, food prices, and housing prices don't have any controls.
Sure.
And so, but I'm cognizant of the fact of, trying to give a green light to people to just say, toss the bill
right
on the pile and not worry about it. So yeah, it's a difficult thing, but hopefully we'll work through that. And then, depending upon how long the shutdown occurs and when we get back to any sense of normalcy, which may not be for a while, but we can sort of look at that point on the policies going forward, dealing with the whatever the arrearages are and how to help the customers out on that front too.
Sure.
So, but we appreciate your thoughts.
Sure.
So.
Thanks. Yeah, and just real quick, we agree that it's a delicate balance. So yeah, obviously we wouldn't want the customer to pay this entire, what I'll call the new bill, because it doesn't have assistance. But that's why I think we'd like them to talk to the utility first instead of just advertising the termination. That way the utility can say, well, please pay what you can, therefore you don't have this huge balance afterwards.
So, well, I think that if I remember right, the thought was that the companies would communicate with you and OPC before they sent something out.
Sure.
So if you want to offer your
Yep.
specific thoughts on language, go ahead. So.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Sussman.
So you're okay with this idea of communicating to customers not to pay the piece that would have been covered by LIHEAP, but I'm assuming that if they did pay that piece, then we could end up with a second problem, which is how do the customers get refunded to the extent that utilities are then, are sort of made whole by what should have been received. How do we? I mean, on some level, it's probably actually better for the customer not to pay that piece because how do, I mean, I guess the utility would refund the customer, but then are they supposed to put the money in a separate account that earns interest? I mean, I think it becomes complicated because it's actually, it shouldn't have gone to the utility, but for the inability of this federal government to do the things they're supposed to be doing. So
Sure. Yeah, I'm not positive on how all the billing processes work, but I know at least I know that they do get the lump sum as well. So it could be similar to that they just get a lump sum and the customer has a credit that they just kind of work down over the next few weeks.
right, but on some level, it's actually probably better for there not to be a credit.
Sure. No, and again, we weren't advocating that the customer necessarily pay that, what I'll call just like the extra amount. It was just that we get a little hesitant when you just put on the bill, for example, don't worry, you don't have to pay this bill. That makes us nervous because then the customers won't pay the bill. We would at least like them to try to make minimum payments, their quote-unquote normal payment if they can, so they don't have this huge problem later.
Well, but to the chair's point, when they're faced with all of these stresses, then
Sure. So we're not asking
understanding,
them to pay the higher bill.
no, but understanding that the expectation is that they pay their bill, but taking the possibility of disconnection off the table takes away some of the stress. I think it's actually important for that to be communicated up front. I understand your concern about customers not paying their bill, but to have to go through several hoops before they're told, oh, but don't worry, you won't be disconnected, while they're stressing the entire time about whether they're disconnecting. I mean, there's so many other things that they're faced with. It's on some level, I think it's a better approach to take that stress away.
Sure. No,
So,
yeah,
okay.
again, we're just concerned about kicking the can.
No, I understand. Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Benjamin Baker, Senior Commission Advisor and also the Work Group Leader for Public Conference 59. Today, the second half of today, we are going to be discussing a proposed limited income mechanism to help provide additional funds to customers who are identified as OHEP. This proceeding was started in November of 2023 to implement the Public Utility Article 4-309 that permits the implementation of such mechanisms. After you had several rounds of comments and hearings, you ultimately issued an order in December of 2024 to establish the working group and provided the working group direction to establish this mechanism, providing guidance on 15 specific points and also a request for supplemental report that identified factors that contributed to energy bills of limited income customers and suggestions for how to reduce those bills. The report filed on October 1st, 2025 satisfies this order. The proposed mechanism is largely a consensus mechanism with some non-consensus issues. I believe that for this group to move forward, some of those non-consensus issues do need to be resolved by you now, and others are items that you could provide guidance on but don't largely need to be determined until next year. For the items that do need to be determined now will be how the credit is provided to customers, whether it be a flat credit or whether it be a discount rate, and additionally data reporting. Things that I think we should talk about certainly and potentially you could resolve now or provide guidance on for decision later would be cost allocation, acceptable bill impacts, and discussion regarding supply and distribution cost. So from a high level, how this mechanism is to operate. Customers that are identified as OHEP eligible customers in the utility systems will be eligible to receive a credit that scales based off of their income level as identified by OHEP and their heating fuel source. To see a visual representation of this, you can refer to Appendix D of the report. To simplify this mechanism such that it is implementable, the benefits are based off of the average usage customer within those tiers. So therefore, to come up with the benefit per tier, it will use the average usage, the average income, the average and the average income and the average benefits being provided to that group as a whole to come up with a benefit calculation per tier. This is a simplifying measure such that the average customer in that tier will receive the target energy burden, but not all customers in that tier, such that some customers will receive a higher energy burden benefit and some a lower energy burden benefit with this outcome, and that is discussed more in the report if you would like to get into that. To pay for this mechanism, money will be needed to be collected from ratepayers. The work group did discuss alternative funding sources, but ultimately it was determined that the legislature would likely need to enact changes in order to direct funds to such a mechanism. So the funding mechanism is supposed to collect all costs to implement this program. It is supposed to be a flat bill fee, so effectively $1 per month collection. I think OPC had indicated there was a volumetric aspect. This is supposed to be a flat collection. Parties were concerned about the final bill impact to non-participating customers. And so part of the guidance to the work group had been, look, we would like the benefit to be 6% energy burden, but you can come back to us if you have alternative recommendations. The work group didn't come up with alternative recommendations, as largely it was viewed that really the limiting factor is how much the customers should be billed who are not partaking in this, since that would be the limiting factor in the final success of this program. If the bill impacts get too high, that can make it unpopular, such that legislation could be changed in the future. So instead it was determined that really this should be examined on an annual basis. 6% energy burden would be used as the incoming calculation. But then at the time of effectively establishing the benefits for the next year, we would examine the bill impacts and decide what would the final funding for the mechanism would look like over the next year. That mechanism would include the administrative cost, the target energy burden cost, the number of customers and their usage, the reconciliation for the previous year, and obviously cost allocation would be a big part of that, and that is one of the main non-consensus issues in this group. Additionally, there was discussion and disagreement about if this mechanism should cover both supply and distribution cost. One party submitted comments, Columbia, who still opposed the inclusion of supply cost. All other parties at this time are okay with the inclusion when we show up to set the benefits of all the cost. But some parties at that time might take the position to exclude some of those costs based off of final bill impacts that they find acceptable. So there was also a comment filed about utilities being made whole and this idea of a cap on bill impacts. Parties agreed during the work group that utilities should be made whole. There was no disagreement on that. So really this cap is about the amount of benefits that would be funded, and also one of the risks of this mechanism, such that reconciliation could cause issues if we have a bad weather year, depending on if you use a flat credit or a % of discount rate credit. But ultimately, though, parties were supportive of the utilities get their money back. This mechanism would be reset once a year, and the utilities will need 9 to 12 months to implement this and can have it ready before the 2027 heating season, so around this time next year. Other things the Commission asked us to look into were marketing and data reporting. The work group received a marketing presentation from the PHI companies, and parties generally were okay with the high-level substance of it, but it clearly wasn't the marketing material that will be used. Parties also discussed that they want to make sure different organizations are contacted, working with local government officials, and other organizations like 211 to make sure customers are aware of this as a benefit. And customers also focused on that we need to make sure that those who are paying for this understand why it is being done as well. But parties ultimately decided that it would be better to come up with this marketing material next summer when we are closer to final deployment. And that was the recommendation, was as part of the phase 2 next summer to deal with this issue. Data reporting. OPC made a data reporting proposal to the group such that a series of information would be collected via the PC59 Excel templates that are filed once a month with the Commission and posted on our website. That would include additional information about these customers, disaggregated to the zip code level in each utility service territory. During discussions, it seemed that except for one data point, parties were generally amenable to this. The main data point parties were not amenable to, the utilities were not amenable to, was the average bills for these customers, since that is a calculation that they would have to perform and not something they can just query out of the system, and therefore require additional report programming, and said that they would recommend more like an annual number there. I will, though, let the utilities, when they come up here, verify that that is the only data point that they have issues with when they do appear. Finally, parties were generally okay with some deviations from the mechanism that is being proposed here. But those deviations would need to be reviewed by the commission and ultimately approved by the commission, and parties be given an opportunity to weigh in. I believe Columbia has requested to be entirely excused from this mechanism. That was not discussed in the work group in any sort of meaningful way, and something that I do not currently have any insight into. But also UGI filed a similar request. UGI, the Chesapeake utilities, and municipalities, so predominantly the very small utilities in our state, did not participate in this process to come up with this mechanism. Finally, a phase 2 was requested to implement the technical details of this filing, such that, well, we'll say here's the policy, there's always issues that come up in the programming, and so that would be for that, also developing what the reconciliation and tariffs would look like. Master meters was an issue that the commission had asked us to examine. We had discussions around it, but ultimately parties couldn't reach a way to resolve the issue, and they believed it would be better to come at that at a later date, so potentially through a phase 2. One of the main issues, though, that we ran into is there wasn't really a straw man for anyone to work from. It's been generally acknowledged that this is an issue of reaching these customers, since the utilities don't have information about them. Or enforcement action to force, let's say, the landlord-tenant relationship to ensure such benefits flow through. So if it's going to happen, it was recommended that a straw man be brought to the work group for us to actually consider, and OPC has volunteered to develop said straw man. But without that, I would generally agree. We don't really have a good starting point as a group to really reach a solution here. And then finally, phase 2 can be for marketing and anything else that you believe we need to resolve before this mechanism is off the ground. So with that, I'm available for questions. I'm happy to dive into any parts of this mechanism that you would like to for more information or more detail. And after that, I'm happy to invite the various parties up here to give their positions. Thank you.
So, any questions for Mr. Baker? Seeing none, so.
All right, thank you. I believe Columbia Gas, Ms. Davis, is the first participant.
I want to sit back in this chair because that's where I was. Good afternoon again. Am I on? Again, Deb Davis from Columbia Gas. We did file written comments, but I don't want to read those in entirety, so I'll just kind of summarize our points. I did participate in the working group and provided feedback to the design of the program, and we do not have any issues with the design elements proposed by the work group. However, the company has concerns with the cost of the program and the impact to all Columbia customers, since these costs will be spread among 34,000 customers in total, which I'll address later in my testimony. The company does support the following: a fully reconcilable surcharge with no cap on the surcharge, a cap on the benefit level due to the uncertainty of MEEP funding, gas costs, and weather, which greatly impact the cost of the program. We believe funding should be paid by residential ratepayers only. The residential class are the only ones that would be offered credits through this program, and further is the residential class that would benefit from continued on-time payments from participating customers through reduced uncollectibles. We do have the following concerns with the program. As designed, the company projects the cost to fully program this mechanism will be $1.76 million. And the highest benefit estimates, which include supply and distribution, are $1.46 million for Columbia customers. The company does not support inclusion of supply costs for that reason in this mechanism. In addition, supply costs are out of the control of the utility and can fluctuate greatly. To the extent a percentage of rate discount is adopted, inclusion of supply costs could fluctuate significantly and would increase the cost of the programs for the ratepayers funding it. As requested, the program is designed to reduce current energy burdens and does not address arrears outright. The reduction of the arrears, as we have talked about today, is critical. Of the 3,200 customers, we reviewed all of our MEEP customers from the 25 heating season. This program has potential to provide 268 customers the desired outcome of a 3% burden. And that's because the majority of our customers that receive MEEP grants have credits on their accounts. So they're already paying zero. And those that aren't will either have arrears to be reconnected, so they currently don't have service, or they have arrears that would have to make trouble maintaining the service if they don't catch up those arrears before having these payments paid. So Columbia's full testimony outlines the existing programs that are available to its customers to assist with payment troubledness and maintain service. We recognize the program could provide benefits for many households to reduce their energy burden and possibly free up funds to help with other bills. But due to the small number of our customers, these costs would be spread across. We believe the program is just simply cost prohibitive for Columbia customers. Because of the impact, the company respectfully requested it be exempt from implementation of a statewide mechanism. The company is willing to work with staff to propose an alternative that would address arrears and assist with reconnections. And with that, I just thought I should come forward because we are asking for a waiver and answer any questions you have.
Okay, any questions for Columbia?
Ma'am, you referenced the 268 customers that had been terminated for 25 or?
The 268 are customers that have service now and would maintain that service and probably be at a 3% with this program.
Okay.
So those are the ones that we could really benefit from this program.
Okay. And did you look backwards? Is that number kind of a good average, or is that higher, lower?
We really just scanned those 3,200 that received assistance last year.
All right, thank you.
But those 2,400 that have credits on their account, it's been carried over. So the MEEP grants were very high up until last year. They've been carrying those credits over for a while.
Mr. Fleischman.
Well, certainly we don't want a program that costs way more than it benefits. So, so the 1.76 million, that would be computer related.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way to do this so that more of the burden is on OHEP, or you would have to do some?
This is all related to bill formatting issues, reporting issues, the ability for our customer service reps to see what program the customer is on and provide them the correct information, making sure that those credits that hit the account are posted properly before or after the payments hit, that goes to current bills, not arrears, those kinds of things.
Right.
So OHEP is still taking on the brunt of the verification of income.
Okay, so when you get you get the OHEP money, then it's an automatic, that's already programmed in your system as an automatic
Currently,
discount
yes, and so it's a one lump sum on the customer's account.
Okay. So there, I mean, it's a relatively small number. I mean, when you have 268 whatever eligible customers, it is a tiny amount.
For that programming. But we work with our customers. I mean, we talked about, we are delaying collections on them. It is a small group of customers, and we are dedicated to helping
the
those.
problem is, so, I mean, there are arrearages because, I mean, really because the rates are too high and there's too much usage. So, efficiency is really important. Lowering their usage, that's a critical piece. The lower the usage, the lower the bill. But then they're also dealing with rates that are too high, not in an absolute sense, but too high for them, which is how they ended up in that position in the first place. So dealing with arrearages is important, but it doesn't get to the problem, which is that for these customers, the rates are too high. And I mean, for a small collection of customers, it just seems to me that there's another way of finding an approach without spending $1.76 million. I just, and maybe you can take this back and think of a different way of doing it. I can tell you that, one of my frustrations as commissioner is when and it's not you, I mean, it happens a lot, is when we want to do certain things, and then we ask the utility to do the things, and they say, well, that's fine, but it's going to cost $5 million, $10 million, $20 million to change out our computer system. And then I'm thinking, well, then just stop using the computer system and go back to pencils. I mean, I just think for this small set of customers, there has to be another way of finding an approach that can help them to better pay their bills and not spend almost $2 million. That's why, I mean, when you look at the numbers and the potential benefits, you're never going to get benefits that are going to match that, because the pool is too small and the ask is too big. And so I'm just asking to sort of go back and maybe find another way of getting to this issue, because it'll bring the arrearages down as well.
I hear what you're saying, and that is why we asked for, we said maybe tweaking, what can we do? Can we bring something else to the commission to try and come up with a better answer?
We're open if you've got another approach that you think can help to get to the same place. I mean, it may be that we end up with differing approaches to different utilities, but I think the response is not, we can't do this. I'd rather hear from you, well, we can't do it this way, but we have another way of getting to the same place, and this is our proposal. That's what I'd like to hear from you.
I wouldn't say we're that far off. I mean, we are willing to work with staff and to try and come up with a better solution. We just think this exact design is too expensive.
Okay. Well, you may not be that far off, but I'm not hearing what you have.
Okay.
So then it feels like you're very far off. So you have to, if you can sort of tell us what you're thinking, that would help.
Okay.
So, okay, thank you. Mr. Litton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Just a quick question. You noted in your comments that you have customers that have credits largely from prior MEP awards. We did receive a letter from DHR, and as you were here earlier this morning, so we were talking about this already, that the for fiscal year 2026, while the LIHEAP state plan was approved, there's no money yet. So do you have an estimate as to when the customers who currently have credits are going to start to see those credits dwindle to the point where it's not?
So when they'll expire, you mean, because they'll be out of money? I could get that for you, because we know exactly every customer, so I can get that information for you, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you think, and I know you just said you don't know it off the top of your head, but is this something that you think will happen this winter?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
So
The majority of credits are still on the account are between $500 and $700.
okay. And so they probably received those credits in the summertime when they weren't using much gas for heating, or?
Yes. This year our MEP grants are not that high, so they were built up over multiple years.
Okay. All right. So is your position that you could come up with a better solution, reliant in part on the fact that you have these credits that have been rolling over from year to year and have accumulated for some of these customers, but I guess I'm trying to balance that with the information we're hearing from OHEP that the funding is going to be challenged this year and during this winter, and perhaps even limited this winter. So I guess what I'm wondering is in the proposal that you would like to suggest as an alternative, perhaps, is this something that can fill the gap, so to speak?
That's what I would like to see. I mean, it would. We have a hardship fund that does help. It certainly doesn't take care of all of the need of customers. So, but it's that type of being able to help customers that are in a payment troubled situation and be able to assist them to maintain their service, and especially for those that are off, to help get their service back on. Those 2,200 customers right now are not our primary concern because they have credits and they're safe. And so we really want to make sure those other ones that are facing termination, which again, Columbia is not going to be terminating customers right now, but that are in that kind of behind situation, what can we do to help catch them up and get them back into something that they can afford on a monthly basis?
All right. Yeah, you're in a unique position with not just having additional credits, but having to deal with this challenge over the winter months. You've got some fixing opportunity time in the spring, so to speak. But,
right.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Davis, if you've got something and a proposal, we'll take it anytime you're ready. So and I look forward to seeing it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, our next presenter will be Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, Mr. Krieger and Mr. Demiza. Sorry. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, and I'm here with Chris Demisa, who is our Economic Services Director, and he has been an integral part of the PC59 working group process. So I'll try to be brief. There are effectively, I think, 5 key points from the cooperative's perspective as to what will make this a successful program moving forward. The first is, and this is emphasized certainly in the work group report, is that OHAB, as the true expert here, should maintain primary responsibility for determining eligibility and assigning the amount of the credit to be issued to a eligible customer. That's key. We do not want to be in the income verification business. We are not. We never have. We don't have that expertise. Second, and we're aligned with staff on this one, although I understand that some stakeholders have a different opinion, we believe the best approach is a flat bill credit. And the reason is easy to administer. We have the basic system in place to issue bill credits. It's easy for customers to understand. I'm getting $30, $40, whatever it may be on their bill. A discount also is a disincentive from an energy efficiency perspective, because the more you use, then on a gross basis, the more you save. And that runs counter to state policy when it comes to energy efficiency. The third is a fair and equitable cost allocation. There are differing opinions on this one, and each utility is different, and therefore we align with staff's perspective that it would be best for each utility to come to the commission with a specific cost allocation methodology. For us, 91% of our customer members are residential, and so it would be inequitable to assign what is one of the recommendations, 75% of this cost to the commercial industrial customers, which represents 9% of our customer base. And there is no direct benefit to those customer classes. And so we are advocating for a more cost causation based allocation, and that would be a 75% to the residential, 25% to the commercial and industrial. We do, and it sounds contrary to at least one other stakeholder, believe that the cost should be allocated across all customer classes. It doesn't just have to be on the residential customers, but residential customers who are receiving the direct benefit should be responsible for the bulk of the costs. Third is contemporaneous cost recovery is really important, and that is what's documented in the work group report. To have a different type of cost recovery mechanism would negatively impact the financial health and well-being of the cooperative. These are not insignificant costs, and so it is important to ensure that costs are recovered on a timely basis. And aligned with that is transparency. We are strongly in favor of ensuring that the bill properly reflects the cost of this program so that all of our customer members are aware of what they are paying for here. So there should be a line item on the bill clearly labeled as such so that customers understand what they are paying for. That is very important. And certainly our communication materials would reflect as such as well. And lastly is, with respect to data collection, a reasonable approach to data collection. we actually are still in the pencil game, to Commissioner Sushman's earlier point. We do a lot of processes on a manual basis. We do not have an automated process for every single report that we have to provide to the Commission and other stakeholders. And right now, the PC53 reporting is very much a manual, resource burdensome process. And so to layer additional data collection on a monthly basis would be an additional burden impact to the cooperative and ultimately its customer members through redirecting resources that could be used for other purposes. And so we are supportive with annual reporting, which we think would provide sufficient data with some of the information requested by certain stakeholders. But to do it on a monthly basis would be significantly burdensome to the cooperative. So at the end of the day, I think the key message from us is keep it simple. We want to get this mechanism in place. We actually had a proposal before the Commission almost 2 years ago. We kept it simple then. We think that the mechanism developed through the work group is relatively straightforward as long as it follows through with the key points that we just articulated. With that, we're open to any questions that the Commissioners may have.
Commissioner Sushman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Krieger. With OHEP making the eligibility determinations and there being a bill credit, it kind of looks a little like LIHEAP. And so it feels to me like it's a much easier approach to implement and doesn't involve the kind of tweaks to the computer system that would require a new tariff, so a low income tariff, where it sort of the cost based on usage would involve much more tweaking and to the computer system. I mean, I'm not a computer person, but I don't. Are you a computer person?
I like to pretend I'm one on TV, but
yeah, but I'm assuming from SMECO's perspective, if we were to do it based on usage, create a new tariff based on setting out a kilowatt hour approach for low income customers would involve much more computer tweaking and start to look at a 5 to 10 million or more cost for implementation, as opposed to just a flat credit that looks a lot like LIHEAP and probably easier to anticipate as well, so that you can sort of better manage how much the system would cost.
I mean, we're going to need a tariff regardless in terms of being able to set forth the charge.
No, I appreciate that, but
yes.
but I'm mostly thinking about the computer piece
Yes.
of it.
So our implementation costs they probably sound relatively modest in comparison to some of the costs put forth by the other utilities. We're estimating about $50,000 to implement this program with a flat fee basis.
Right, but if it weren't flat fee,
it would cost more. The bigger challenge for us, we have a substantial upgrade to our customer care and billing system scheduled for Q1 of next year. And so depending upon the timing of implementation, that's a real concern for us. And so we've, as I think Mr. Baker indicated, we're looking to implement this at the end, I think Q3, Q4 timeframe next year,
okay.
In order to avoid interfering with that particular project. But the straight answer is yes, a discount approach would require more coding because we don't have experience with that. We have nothing in our system right now. We have issued bill credits in the past, and so we have that logic in our system, and that's why the cost is relatively modest.
Right, and that's you're defeating the purpose if you end up with a high cost that's going to be spread out over residential, maybe commercial, some commercial. But if you're imposing a very high cost to perhaps have a more elegant approach, maybe that's not the way to go if a flat fee can produce most of where you need to go, but without the high cost of.
We agree. We agree.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we're good. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenters will be the Joint Maryland Exelon Utilities. There's a number of presenters. So yes. You don't want to stick around for the fun?
We've lost people actually.
We do have copies of our slide presentation if anybody wants a paper copy.
I think we all.
Everybody have.
I think we're good, but yeah, yeah. Okay.
Oh.
We have an electronic version.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, but
Yes,
if you want,
right, I can
do you
give
want the?
would you like a paper?
No.
Oh, no, he does not want paper.
No, I see. I do.
Well, you want paper
That's
and
right.
color too.
Right, yeah.
I always plan in case you can't
Oh,
get it
no,
on
no,
the
no,
screen.
no.
Stop the barricades in the office.
That's right, yeah.
Good morning.
Afternoon.
Oh, it's afternoon. Wow.
So,
It's been one of those days.
Oh, yeah. Having fun yet?
Crystal Barnett on behalf of BGE, and I'm joined today by Kasha Dana, who is the Senior Manager of Retail Rates.
Taylor Beckham here on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company and Delmarva Power and Light Company.
And I would like to thank the work group participants and the work group leader especially for helping direct the group to reach mostly consensus issues and for doing a great job leading our group. Thank you. And with that, we will turn to our slide presentation.
Good afternoon, Kasha Dana, Senior Manager, Retail Rates for PHI, and I'll be talking on behalf of all three Exelon Maryland utilities, BG, PEPCO, and DPL. BG and PHI Maryland utilities strongly support a limited income rate mechanism in Maryland as a vital tool to assist the most financially vulnerable customers. This commitment reflects our ongoing priority to balance customer benefits with affordability and equity within the state's energy framework. We really appreciate a productive conversation in the work group, and we are pleased to see that our recommendation is an expansion of our initially proposed distribution bill discount that we initially proposed in 2024. We do support income tiered discount for residential customers based on heating that targets 6% energy burden with supplemental benefits. We do strongly support OHEP's involvement, and it makes possible designing a income tiered mechanism to have OHEP involved in the income verification and providing list of eligible customers. We support cost recovery via distribution rider paid by non-benefiting customers as a separate line item on the bill. We do support an annual update, and we don't think we need a cap at this time. We will continue to be engaged in designing customer education and marketing plans in the next phase of the work group if that's what Commission selects. Also, I would like to express our support for implementation of the mechanism as soon as operationally feasible. We provided a 9 to 12 months timeline that takes into consideration other IT commitments and other activity that we have to manage in our billing systems. And as far as non-consensus items, so one of the issues is a flat bill credit versus percent rate discount. We do believe that this is a solution that the percent discount closer aligns with usage, right, and the fluctuations that customers see throughout the year. But of course, we do see the challenges that were raised previously by staff and SMACO, and that flat bill credit would also be appropriate. We can go to the next slide, please. As far as cost recovery and cost allocation, given that this topic was considered as a statewide solution, we believe that 75% commercial allocation is critical to maintain reasonable bill impacts for non-participating residential customers. specifically in mind with the DPL, right? The residential customers would pay less than $2, which could be much more if we went with the opposite 75% allocation to residential. Another way to address it would be the utility-specific cost allocation, right? And really approaching DPL, with other solution here. For PEPCO and BG, we don't see that issue being as strong there. And then the last non-consensus item is around data reporting. So of course we are committed to providing data that is necessary for other stakeholders, and we already provide customer data by zip code and PC59 filing. Any additional, requirements, we just think that should be really justified because they will require additional IT work. We do not have resources to implement manual processes and perform calculations. Once this mechanism is implemented in billing systems, we will have one source of data that then we will have to kind of massage to provide the data that is required. But of course, if necessary, we would be willing to provide that data. I think this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
And we aren't going to go over this slide. I think it really was related to what we talked about earlier in the day today. So this is where our presentation concludes.
Okay, so any questions for Exelon? Commissioner?
Yeah, good afternoon. One of the, arguments in favor of a flat bill credit is that it's just easier to administer. Is the percent of rate discount, is that, I guess it's more difficult, but is it more expensive to do it that way?
So the feedback we receive from our IT teams, and given that this is additional functionality that we will be building out for this mechanism, whether it's flat or percentage, there's no significant savings, really.
And I assume the IT portion of your overall estimated bill, is that the main driver?
It is the IT coding and all of the IT work that needs to happen to implement this mechanism, including ingestion of the file from OHEP in the format that our billing systems would accept.
Okay. Last question on PHI. Your estimate of 2.67 million is plus or minus 50%. Can you share what?
That's right. That's, I think, at the stage of the project, those are the estimates that our IT teams are willing to provide. As we get closer and we have approval of the mechanism, the detailed business requirements would be developed, and that's where we start to narrow that range there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the 2.7 million was the cost for a fee that's based on usage. So, but you're saying now that it wouldn't, if it was a flat fee or based on usage, it's not going to make a difference in the cost of upgrades of your computer system.
That's right. Whether it's percentage or flat discount, the IT estimates are comparable.
Okay. Can you go back and ask your IT people again? Because we heard from SMECO that it's less expensive to do it as a flat fee. We heard from staff they had recommended a flat fee because of the ease of implementation. So can you just confirm for us that is the case?
That's right, and we also confirmed already for the work group that this piece, and we were told that given that this is a new functionality add-on to the billing system that doesn't exist, whether it's similar to some other functionality within the system, it still requires the same amount of coding and will require the same amount of labor to perform that work.
So it'd still be 2.7 million. Okay.
With the plus minus 50%.
Okay. I'm looking somewhere I read that you're not recommending an audit, an energy audit coming into the. Am I remembering this correctly? That in order to be eligible, that wouldn't be part of the requirement.
Yeah, I think this was reflected in the work group report, that there wasn't going to be a kind of requirement of the customer to participate in an Empower program or community solar program to participate in the program. I think the reasoning was because you don't want people to say, oh, well, because I'm not involved with Empower, I didn't get this home energy audit, they wouldn't get the benefit of the % discount. So that was why, from our perspective, we weren't requesting or weren't going to say, that's going to be a, requirement to be our participant or use this.
Yeah, and see, to me, it's like this is the opportunity where you can engage with a customer to get them to lower their usage. I mean, so that's, and this is what I was talking about earlier, that it's not, the what a customer has to pay is not just reflective of the rate that they're paying, but the amount of usage. And the less they use, the lower their bill. And I mean, it just seems to me that the audit should be available free for customers that want to participate in this program. I mean, how else can you get them to be smarter about their usage?
I do see Ben jumping.
I know,
but
Ben, maybe Ben can't believe that I'm saying this, but
well, I was gonna.
Let me just clarify real quick. So every member of the group, except for Columbia and the Consumer Affairs Division, actually. That was their recommendation, and the two I just mentioned, they just said we're agnostic, but they did have slight preference. In the Empower Pro, so as they just summarized, everyone who spoke to this OPC, the utilities staff, viewed it as a barrier to entry if you were to have an obligation to participate in the Empower program or something like that, or community solar. But what they did say is that we should definitely engage in marketing, and so therefore and we also should make sure that the DHCD OHEP line, which already does exist here, is definitely making sure that this mechanism is advertised in there, and that feedback to market to these customers is there. And my understanding is, and DHCD is here if you want to ask them, they already do that. The home audit, in terms of cost, there is no cost to these customers to do the basic home audit, the QHEC, which is already offered by all of our Empower utilities. I think Columbia would not have it because they do not have an Empower program. They have a different program. But otherwise, all the main utilities that we have participating in this program, they do offer these home audits already free of charge. They do have a slightly more expensive one that you do have to pay some money to get into. Once again, DHCD would have to remind me if they offer that program free. I don't know. I don't know that there is a corollary program to that more expensive one directly for limited income customers. But through the Empower programs, the basic one is free to everyone, the QX.
Well, but the question is, do they take you up on it? I mean, it's I don't want to add to the stress of the low income customer, but I think being part of this, they do sort of have an obligation to try to make sure that their usage is as efficient as possible. If we can help them to lower their bill, then that's just less money that they're going to have to pay, even with whether we do a fixed fee or we do it as a based on usage. There's a benefit to bringing down usage.
Yeah, I don't think that there's anything there that we would disagree with. I think, again, the work group has kind of discussed this and come up with the position that it has, but I did just want to flag on top of what Ben said, for limited income customers, they're served by the DHCD portion of Empower, and so we as the utilities, from our perspective, we don't typically market to, or well, we market, but
Right,
we
we'll have
don't
to talk to
typically
them.
serve that. Well, and we'll talk about it tomorrow,
Okay.
certainly, but that I think also plays into a factor of why there isn't this recommendation that it become a qualifier to participate.
Okay, because the expectation is that they will do something different, or because they're responsible for audits, presumably they'll step in and, well, we could talk to.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for DHCD, but
No.
they do serve that segment of the portion of the population.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, wait, actually, I gotta do that. Commissioner Whit? No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I had a quick question for BGE. I know as part of the Exelon companies, you're supportive of the rate approach. But unlike the other two, you have both gas and electric. So are you looking at applying the rate on the whole bill or on just on the individual fuels?
That's right, and I think this is being addressed by the amount of discount provided depending on the heating source.
Okay.
So PG customers who use gas for heating, they would get the portion of the discount applicable to that and to their electric bill. At the end, I think the goal is to target 6% energy burden, or if customer has two different utilities for gas and electric, 3% and 3%, like that discount would be split.
And Commissioner, I can point you to Appendix D, which I think maybe would be a helpful way to look at it is if BG&E serves both gas and electric, they will serve the whole 6%, and that customer will receive a much larger credit from BG&E because they're serving the whole customer's energy burden. So if that customer's electric heat, then BG&E does the whole thing. If the customer's electric and gas with BG&E, BG&E does the whole thing. Now let's say we're looking at Washington Gas and Pepco. The way the work group has proposed the mechanism operate is we split that energy burden in half, 3%, even though that might not mathematically be what's happening with the bill, that's the simplest way to approach it in terms of, without getting into more minute detail. And so therefore, half of the energy burden would be served by Washington Gas and half of it would be served by Pepco. In terms of if that customer has gas heat, but they're also they're identified in Pepco's system as electric and in Washington Gas system as gas.
Okay, so the identification of the heating component would be relying on the data that utility companies have.
Right. So go ahead.
This information actually would be coming from OHEP as well, as they perform the verification process.
And this is new data that would be transferred to the utilities. So today, the utilities do not have an identifier in their system, and this is one of the IT changes. The utilities do not have an identifier in their system regarding customer heating source.
Right.
And so OHEP will then, that is an exchange that OHEP has identified that they would have to update their systems to provide the utilities, and the utilities will have to update their systems to receive it. But everyone indicated that could happen over this next 9 to 12 months. I think when we spoke to OHEP in August about this, they indicated January. I don't know if that shifts a little bit depending on when we say yes or no to go forward with this. But OHEP would make that identifier, send it to them. It's largely just based off of which company's getting the MEP grant. If you're getting a MEP grant, that identifies your heating source, and so that's largely how, when we were doing the math, we tagged it in terms of the bill impacts and benefit levels that you would see in this report.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys anticipated a few of my questions, so I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that. So, I had one other question, and I don't know if I want to raise it now or later. It's not trying to surprise anybody, but I'm curious as to the rationale for the 25% versus 75% allocation. BGE obviously supports 75, I'm sorry, not BGE, Exelon Utilities support the 75% allocation with commercial and industrial. Just curious as to your...
That's right.
rationale for that?
So this was mainly driven by bill impacts to non-LMI customers, so customers who would be funding this program. 75% allocation to residential customers for DPL would result in over $4 monthly, average monthly bill impact. And I think overall we wanted to keep that bill impact closer to $1, which happens for all of the other utilities besides Delmarva Power, Maryland. And so if we approach this topic the same way across all utilities, right, this basically drives the most reasonable bill impacts for non-LMI residential DPL customers. In the event that this allocation could be decided based on utility and their distinct characteristics, we would support 75% allocation, cost allocation for PEPCO and BGE, but not necessarily for DPL for those reasons.
All right, I'll save my other question. There's a few other parties that have the same position, and I'm just going to I'm curious as to their position on that. So thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Barbie.
Yeah, before I ask my question, I'm looking at OPC's slides, and they are saying that the 25-75% split is guided by the legislature's cost allocation for the electric universal service program. So maybe you might want to ask them about that. I think that's where they got the percentage.
I'm waiting for them.
What?
I'm waiting for 'em.
Okay, all right. I just happened to see that, so I thought I'd mention it. On this issue of home audits, though, do we know at all what percentage of LMI customers live in properties that are not individually metered? Do we have a feel for that?
I would have to ask DHCD if they have that number for us.
The reason I'm bringing it up in that fashion is that if you don't live in a property that's individually metered, then there's no meaningful way to incentivize you as an individual to use less electricity. So I'm LMI, I am not individually metered, my next door neighbor here is not LMI, also in a building without individual metering. There's no way to target me for more efficient use, I don't think. I mean, did that factor into your decision making?
Not that explicitly. It was largely the issue of people viewed it as I guess multiple angles. One, there's already this pipeline. OHEP identifies somebody as eligible.
Mm-hmm.
They inform DHCD that, hey, you have a customer. There's a customer here. You can go and market your programs to. So that pipeline kind of already exists, and so parties didn't want to make it an obligation to say, well, in order to get this credit, we have to have some verification that you went through, because they were more viewed with trying to solve the short-term problem of the bill impacts. But to the Commissioner Suchman's point, yes, the more we can do to lower usage in these buildings, overall, the lower their cost. Today in the Empower programs, I believe it's the MEHA program is what we use to target the kind of customers you're speaking about, but you're not really advertising to those customers as much as you're trying to convince their landlords to improve the building.
Yeah. And they have no incentive to, because they're not paying the bills.
Right, and so that's where hopefully the MEHA programs can find a way to convince them otherwise. But yeah, and I'll turn to Nicola if she has anything else she wants to add at this point.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nicolette Tran on behalf of DHCD. Regarding the master metered question, Ben is correct. Those properties are targeted through our MEHA program, which is for multifamily developments, and we work with the building owners and developers directly on serving those properties, because it's a whole building approach, and the individual tenants are not the account holders. Each of those master meter properties is set up a little bit differently. In all of those cases, the tenants actually, the building owner actually does pay the utility bill, But how they then transfer, or include that payment into the rents or submeter it to the tenants, that's different at every building. So yes, there is a little bit of that split incentive. However, we do also provide benefits that go to the building owner directly, such as the common area upgrades, the parking lot upgrades, and so there's also a little bit something in it for the building owner as well.
Yeah, no, the reason I said they don't have an incentive is because at the end of the day, it's their tenants who are paying. They have some formula to split up the bill to their tenants, and they end up paying it, so they don't get a direct benefit. They get a benefit to the extent that they have a better building if they want to
Right.
sell the building at some point in the future. But a lot of these property owners have owned buildings for decades and decades, and it's not really necessarily a part of their plan to, or they're not thinking about transferring it. But you're right. I mean, they do get an eventual incentive, but it's so far down the road that it's probably not worth the hassle for a lot of them.
We do see a bit of an uptick lately, though, in the master meter properties because of the BEPS regulations. A lot of the master meter properties are on the large side, and they do qualify. They do have to comply with the BEPS regulations. So there is, I think, a little bit of market transformation happening through that.
Good. I'll tell my friends in the legislature that BEPS is having a positive impact in that way. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then I don't know if you wanted me to address any of the other questions that came up earlier about the OHEP customers being referred to our programs.
Sure.
Okay. So the process with OHEP has been in place for a long time, that all their approved applicants, and that would be the same for the customers that are approved through this mechanism, are referred to DHCD to be enrolled in our low-income energy efficiency programs, which does come with a free audit. And that is an opt-out process currently, so every approved OHEP applicant gets referred to us unless they expressively say they do not want to participate in the DHCD programs.
And can I ask about, just in general terms, what is the percent that opt out?
I would have to get back to you with those numbers. The last time I looked at them, it was about 30% opting out, but I can't say that that's currently the case.
Thank you.
Okay, so the reason why we're here today is because legislation was passed to give us authorization to do this, and the sponsor of that legislation, then Delegate Davis, said that his inspiration was a program that was already in effect in Washington, D.C. by PEPCO. So how does this proposed mechanism compare to what you're doing in D.C.?
I'll give a high level and then
Sure, yeah,
let
yeah,
Kaja jump in. So I think from the biggest kind of what the discount is, I understand that the RAD discount, residential aid discount in DC that's implemented is almost like a full or a discount of the distribution portion of the bill. They're still paying flat fees and taxes and other, I think, kilowatt hour surcharges, correct? Or
There's some surcharges that they're exempted from.
yes, but that's what that looks like for those customers. Obviously, that's not what's being proposed here. There is also a difference in terms of there isn't like a cost, as I understand, a cost allocation between commercial and residential customers. The non, I guess, RAD customers, they are also paying the RAD surcharge as like a kilowatt hour.
So total costs for RAD program are distributed based on total kilowatt hours for between all customers. So naturally, commercial customers being responsible for more usage, they would get higher allocation of the costs.
And the last thing where it is similar to what's being proposed here today is it is a line item on everyone's bill, so that you do see it as that RAD surcharge.
Yes, it is not a tiered, income tiered discount. It's a full distribution for all qualifying customers discount.
Maybe I didn't understand the terminology. Is it a flat or or what kind of discount is it?
It's based off of a customer's usage, so it's
So it's a percentage.
Yeah, but
So
what it is,
100%.
100% of their distribution costs.
portion.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's based off of their usage, but they have no charge for their distribution usage.
Right. So it's not a flat deduction. It's okay. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you. Our next presenter will be the Maryland Energy Advocates Coalition, Ms. Peltier.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover and members of the commission. This is quite an exciting day, and I'm Laurel Peltier. I chair the Energy Advocates. I'm going to spend maybe 4 minutes, and I gave a lot of thought to what would add value, and I think I'm just going to focus on who we're talking about. During the excellent long work group, a group of us met and did Appendix E and spent a lot of time answering the question, what are the drivers of low income? And we pretty much looked at any available data that we had for the state to try and frame out who is here and why are we here. And I also wanted to say for our comments, I wanted to thank the following groups for signing on. ABLE Foundation, Cancer Support Foundation, CCAN, Climate Action Fund, Efficient Home, Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, Institute for Energy and Environmental Research, National Consumer Law Center, who has 2 folks here today, and the Maryland Legislative Coalition Wing. So who is this, who are we talking about? So this is from ACEEE, which was also a wonderful member of this working group. And for everyone in the audience and that's viewing this, this is a picture by OHEP levels. I'm going to walk you through a lovely chart about the energy burdens. And here's what I really want everyone to note. This is the average from 2018 to 2022. So these are old numbers. We all know how the last 3 years has been. There's a red line there, and then there's a nice 2 letters that say LI, which is those are the low income buckets. Every single week, OHEP sends EDS feeds to the utilities, and they are coded by poverty level, levels 1 through 7. So on the left, it says 0 to 100%. That is our lowest income families in the state. Those are level 1, 2, and 3. Because one of the things I didn't have enough time before I did this is to go back into OHEP's data and say, how many people are in 0 to 100% and have 24% energy burdens? That means that 24% of their gross income goes to their utility bill. And that figure is 50 to 60% of OHEP clients sit in that left bar. So that explains the pain. 100 to 150%. By the way, level 1, 2, and 3 are in that left bar. My BG&E friends will know. Everybody in the utility side will know. That's how the feeds come across. So you know which poverty level somebody is. 100 to 150% is 22% of OHEP. They have roughly it was around an 8 to 10%, and then as you get to the highest tier, which is level 4, is 5%. So the majority of our low-income bucket who we're advocating for is in that left chart, left bar, super high, 24%. And then you can see the big drop-off. That's everybody else. Those are non-low-income accounts. Their average energy burdens are between 2 and 3%. So this is the problem we're trying to solve. And the average energy burden today is up to 14%, and that just increased this fall. So the next slide. There's so many things we learned, and I'm really going to do my best so that these stick. We knew that seniors were a big chunk of our low-income bucket, and they are. They are the largest share by far. They are 41, 42%. But what I didn't realize is that full 75% of those seniors live alone. This explains why the energy burdens are so high. And as you can see, this data, this came from the Apprise report. It's old. Our data is relatively older. It was around a 13,000 household income. So that explains we're talking about people with super high energy burdens, and we're talking about people that are 60 or older. Next slide. And they live in rural Maryland and Baltimore City. If you looked at the awesome chart, because the PSC team had to put together all of us for Appendix E, there was a terrific chart in there showing the average incomes by county. And we are a state, it's a tale of two states. 100%, we all know this. We have counties with very high incomes, and then we have counties with very low incomes. If you look below the median income of around 86,000, they are Talbot. They're all rural counties. They're Kent, Washington, Wacomico, Garrett, Caroline, Allegheny, and Somerset counties, and Baltimore City. So while I think there's a perception of who this low-income client is, it's a senior, and they live in the rural areas, and which gets to the next slide. They live in an older, drafty rental. DHCD provided income that low-income residences use 27% more energy per square foot. That's just a fact. And a point we have to remember is we're talking about audits and weatherization and insulation and new heat pumps is 60% of this older target rents. They don't make those decisions. They don't make the decision to put the insulation in. Master metered or non-master metered, this is a split incentive. 64% of the housing stock is built before 1980. Did you know that you need a historical review to do DHCD work? 42% of them are in a gas furnace and 21% are on propane. And we know that when you see the Empower stuff tomorrow, please note that a lot of this stuff, there are definitely things DHCD can do, but some of the big fixes to lower the usage are the HVAC appliances. And it's interesting to note that 9% are electric resistant. So as we talk about, which we spent hours on, is should you require this DHCD work? We came to not with those kind of numbers. And our current program is definitely getting better, and we need to review the red tape and reduce the red tape where possible. It's just too much. We need to get this usage down, but I think we have to be very clear about what type of homes they're living in. So that also explains why DHCD participation can be low. Lastly, I think this is a very interesting stat for everybody, because this was new to me until I just dug into these models that the PSC team, which was amazing to work with. 24% of OHEP is a subsidized voucher housing recipient. They are the highest bucket, is a subsidized housing voucher family. And let me tell you a little bit what I've learned, because I'm out in the field helping folks. Very low incomes, and that one of the provisions to being a subsidized housing voucher is you got to keep your power on. If your power goes off for more than 6 to 8 weeks, you are going to get a letter from housing that you're not in compliance, and you better get that power back on. So utilities, these energy burdens for these very low income families are housing crises for that bucket. They have the lowest quality of appliances, the lowest quality of building envelopes, and there's little change to make energy efficiency unless it is retooled or required. These are not the landlords that are out there really gunning for this. Last slide. So, as the advocates for this population, we think this is a health and safety issue. We think this is a brilliant program, the way it's put together. We think it should be tiered discounts, and CLC is going to explain better why. With the higher supply rates that have doubled, BG&E gas delivery rates have tripled, we think we're past the tipping point. We all know in this room that arrearages are climbing, rates are projected to climb given the data center issue, and terminations will increase. So we think this is a 6% target will keep our most vulnerable residents safe with heat, hot water, refrigeration, and power for mobile devices. And lastly, we want to be part of the solution. We have a very, very interesting community solar OHEP grant, which we've run by most people in the state, and PSC is going to look at it. It's a very creative way to get developers to fund 20% discounts. We would like to focus with the utilities on these very high usage accounts that they're right there in the report. Ben did a great job of showing there are just there is a small portion of these folks that have insane usage. And why aren't we focusing on those altogether? We are working with DSS on a critical medical needs pilot, which was extended. I've even say, why don't we aggregate OHEP supply and increase the senior and rural OHEP participation, because we have a lot of room to get those folks onto OHEP, which means they will get these discounts. So I appreciate your time, and I hope you learned as much as I did these last 2 years. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner Sussman?
So, you support the rate discount over a flat rate.
Yes.
Can you explain why?
Two things. It matches the EUS, well, that's the 75% matches EUSP. The flat discount is going to not help the significant number that have very high usage that are renters.
Mhm.
And they're still going to be stuck with very high bills that they can't afford.
Okay.
It's
I mean,
that simple. So that you match 6%, it's PIPish. It's by income level. It's 6% in that income level. And that if you're a low user, you get a 6%, because there are some really lucky folks out there that live in rentals with low usage. They've been converted to heat pumps, and they should get that. And that you have some folks out there, especially in these larger rentals and in the subsidized market, that they really need the help, because it's a housing crisis. So 100% it should be based on their usage.
Okay, even if the cost, the cost of upgrading the computer systems is, well, I think the jury's still sort of out on that, because we heard from the Exelon utilities that the cost would be the same, whether it's flat or...
Well, I mean, it's interesting. I really do hear the smaller utilities, they have smaller customer bases, and it's going to be more expensive. I was even sitting there thinking, you know how you just start spitballing is, well, what if you had two grants, and you had a grant that was based on a low user and a high user. So even within each tier, you might have this grant's $30 and this grant's $60 just by a quick read on the usage. I just think there's creative ways to get around it, and I'm sure SMECO right now is wanting to kill me. But I just think that you have to recognize and really go into this report. You're going to be shocked how many homes have significant usage, and they're renters or they're on propane. They're using space heaters. I mean, there's a lot of amazing work that we're going to be doing with DHCD. There is room for DHC to improve, but some of these homes just don't have, not only do they not have the ability to control those decisions, what I'm learning is they've never worked on houses this way. They've been renters their whole life.
Okay.
So,
is it possible to make decisions on this based on the utility? So that perhaps we can do flat fee for some and a percentage for others, sort of based on or do we have to have the same policy throughout the state?
I think that is a great question, and I think if we saw the data, we could definitely answer that. It does seem like the smaller utilities have the ability to really look at these clients one by one.
Mm-hmm.
It is, from what I've observed, getting to know the various utilities, there's a big difference between having 1.3 million customers and having 165,000 customers and having 32,000 customers. So I do think that as an advocate, it would be smart to look at the costs and see what they come up with. And I certainly would not just be black and white and say, nope, it has to be a certain way.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Lynn? Go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
You have it doesn't have a number on it. It's the slide with the LNAI written on it. That one. We don't get a chance often to see the poverty levels here that OHEP uses for the LIHEAP grants. Do you happen to have the average income by number of customers per household for these? Not customers, but number of.
Right. The average household by level 1, level 2,
Right.
level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6.
The gross income, is that?
So part of, it's not in the report, but we have data. So OHEP provided us, it was great. They provided us account level data for all the OHEP customers over the last year. So, and that's what enabled us to do the analysis, allowed us to make cool charts in this, like to do a lot of this analysis. So part of that data was they gave us the income that the customer was certified under. And so we were able, obviously we aggregate that up, and that was not shared with anyone but staff, that individual data. But that allowed us to come up with these tiers. So yes, we do have the numbers by OHEP benefit level, what the spread of income is within that level. And clearly, if you wanted us to look at doing certain analysis or numbers, we could do that. I will point to page 24. This is all of the numbers, but that kind of shows you this trend of income relative to usage and I would say it's really the energy burden, but that helps you kind of capture this income idea and that increasing trend as well. But yeah, we have data that we could aggregate up if that's something you want more information on.
Okay. Now, I think it's useful to know what the average income is by household, as you know, of course you know that OHEP does it by household and not individual. So it helps to give them more of a real view of what's happening in those particular homes. But that was, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say that what shocked me about the subsidized housing is that they are on average 2,000. Like I had to really dive the other night and just play around with the numbers. They look a lot like level 3. They were just a smidge over level 3, but the average is $20,000.
Right.
It's really low. It's $1,500 a month, and so that's why I wanted to just outline these are seniors living on $1,500 a month with high rents. There's not room for $350, $325 in utilities. So
I have one other question regarding the, thank you for the answer, by the way.
Thanks.
I have one other question regarding the subsidized housing voucher. I believe those are funded by the federal government. We've heard a lot today about the loss of SNAP resources, LIHEAP resources. Have you heard anything about the subsidized vouchers?
I have not heard.
Obviously not Commission's regulation.
No, I have heard something that's cogent for all of us to know. So HUD pays for a subsidized voucher that pays a portion of rent based on the factors of that family number. And some of them get a utility allowance. I have heard that utility allowance has already gone away. I will confirm that.
Okay.
I also want you to know that when you're in level 6 and you are a subsidized housing family, you get lower OHEP benefits because they make an assumption of what those utility allowances are. So I know they're under amazing stress right now, but we were going to ask, are you going to change the grant levels given that we're hearing that these utility allowances have gone away? And they don't, and another thing is these utility allowances don't go directly to the utilities, and we actually think that would be beneficial, but that's, again, super tactical, trying to fix stuff.
Right.
That's what I've heard, and I'll verify that.
I appreciate that. It's a bit tangential to some of what we're talking about, but for some of the customers that you've mentioned in your slide deck, it's a very relevant topic. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Barbe.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful work you've been doing, Laurel. I want to get a feel for these super drafty properties. Older drafty rental. Yeah, there we are. Now, in my limited, I've seen some of these properties in my previous life, and my wife and I owned one. We owned a historic home in Annapolis for many years, and the cost to insulate it would have been astronomical because it was built in the 1880s. So our solution was to put up with it and then sell the place. So these older drafty homes, are they realistically insulatable? I mean, how rough a shape are they? Because I've seen some of these properties in the city, not in the rural areas, and they don't appear to me to be properties that can be realistically insulated. The ones that I had seen.
I
mean, at a
love
reasonable
the
cost
question,
is what I meant.
and I am not an expert on housing.
But you're here.
I have actually done a lot of them, and we are in very close collaboration now with DHCD. There is some new data, like Sierra Club just did a report. New York Housing is looking at just switching out the appliances. There does seem to be some new technical data that helps answer this question. Do you need to weatherize and change out the appliance, or do you get a more efficient heating system in? And that is, I think, really important research for everybody in our state to really look at. Is it time to look at past results on our strategies, given that we have a pretty old housing stock in the Mid-Atlantic, learn from other states, and possibly reduce the red tape and retool some of our programs? We put in our comments, we're definitely hailing Efficient Maine. Again, they're oil, but they have 130,000 homes with heat pumps in it. And the NYSERDA and Boston this question is very top of mind to people. What's the right investment to get the biggest bang for your buck, and also to get the energy usage actually down? So I'm going to share with you the Sierra. I will email the Sierra Club, but it's something that we're working on too, because if you're in an oil home in Maine, it paid out to put in heat pumps, and they came up with a way to do it. So I honestly think that's something our state needs to invest more time and be a lot more innovative on, and it looks like everybody's really open to that.
Laurel, sorry, you and I have gone back and forth on this, so I just want to make sure we're being make very clear. Your premise and what you're considering and discussing is maybe we don't need to always focus on weatherization. Sometimes just go for the low-hanging fruit of the appliance to help get us marginally there. Is that kind of the premise of this discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because the properties I've seen are individual homes where the mom and dad pass on, the children rent
100%.
it. They live in Florida. They rent it. They basically don't know anything about it, and these are properties that were built in the 40s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and they're not easily insulatable.
Well, I mean, this is really where Nicola and her team, especially in Baltimore City, many homes are heritage homes. They're passed on.
Yeah.
A lot of homes I'm learning on the Eastern Shore and in the rural areas don't have, they have these big crawl spaces. We're learning there's a lot of homes without attics, and that it's probably time, after testing so many years, a certain strategy just to find the more nuanced strategies. I mean, I've done my own 4 homes, and it's when you have a home that is in good shape, which a lot of these homes are not in good shape, weatherizing it absolutely pays out. But what happens when...
I'm sorry, weatherizing what?
Can really pay out.
Okay.
But I think what we're all realizing is how do we help these large number of homes? I think everyone's on the same page, and I will have to say it's the most It's the most positive and collaborative I've ever seen it. Like, what do we have to do to help a Section 8 home that has 35,000 kilowatt hour usage and has an old gas furnace in the basement? What do we have to do to get that home fixed? Well, PC59 is going to help it. But as a responsible advocate and somebody who wants to sleep at night, I don't want to just walk away. I want the usage to go down. It helps utilities, it helps peaker days, it helps the climate. And we have the money, and we have this great law, and we have retooled DHCD. And we have people that want to do it. I just think, and we have new technology. We have these new, I knew I would get it in, window saddle heat pumps. I mean, we can't even get them tested right now. We are talking about it. We're on our 4th grant. It's just time to slay these dragons. And that's why, I mean, Paula Carmody, and thanks to Paula, she did so much work. She's the one who said, don't forget, Laurel, 60% of these folks rent. I was like, oh my God. A renter is not going to, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Final thing, just, you know Dana Stein and Civic Works, and I assume you work with them, right?
Yep.
Okay, and they do a lot of this kind of retrofitting, right?
They do. They are a key partner in the DHCD low income. They're on every work group. But as I'm reading from...
For the record, this is Dana Stein, the Speaker Pro Tem of the House of Delegates.
Yeah, Delegate Dana Stein. It's the Civic Works Group in Baltimore. He's the executive director. It is time to review red tape and reduce where possible in DHCD. I really do think we can do it, and the funding is there. And thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we go to this chart you had with the sort of demographic list, this one, yeah.
Yep.
So the top category is senior individuals.
Yeah.
And to the best of your knowledge, I mean, most of these folks are female, correct?
I don't have those demographics. I can tell you for sure what I see is a high number of females.
Yeah.
But I can easily get that.
Okay. And their primary source of income is probably Social Security, right?
100%. Even worse than that, that's where you see the SSD. So that's somebody who's disabled. Because one of the things I didn't put in here is that 75% of the low income target is either under 6, disabled, or over 60. So it makes sense. It is our state's most vulnerable people.
Okay. And then on the housing voucher thing, you said one of the conditions is if you don't have utility service, you get a warning letter from the housing authority? Or?
Correct. Housing is done. Big municipalities have their own housing offices, and I learned that DHCD does subsidize housing for many of the smaller municipalities, which is an opportunity.
So, but I guess my question is, if the tenant has their service terminated and they get this letter, what's the consequence of getting that letter?
The letter states, I've seen several, that if you don't have your power connected, you are going to lose your voucher.
Which means you theoretically could get evicted.
Theoretically, that means you lose that chunk of money that's helping pay your rent, which you're going to get behind, and you're going to get evicted. And to me, what the most infuriating part of this is those houses are listed on like Go Section 8. So,
Sure.
Because you want to, all families are the same, I'm learning. You want your kids to go to good schools. What family goes back into that house? That super user of a house, another Section 8 family. And I've worked with both the city and the state DHCD to start talking about this and saying this just does not make sense. We're basically taking federal money to subsidize landlords to just have super high usage accounts, and we're just cycling Section 8 people through. I don't know the volume. I don't know how bad it is, but I do know that I see it because by the time you get that letter, it's such a bad crisis. They just really reach out.
So what's the purpose of sending that letter?
To get the power back on, to get off your duff, get to OHEB.
But I mean, is it the concern that it has impact on
Well, health and safety, like you need to have power to have. That's a really good question.
Because I guess what I'm thinking is that, maybe what needs to happen is this enforcement thing should be considered and maybe done away with if it, in fact, just causing problems, not solving problems. And if there's no rational reason for.
I imagine it's health and safety. You can't, the federal government, I don't know. How about this? I will work with the housing folks to know, I can't imagine there's a regulation that harsh out there and that important that doesn't have a really good reason behind it.
Okay, all right.
I think, like I was saying, this is about safety. You have no hot water.
Sure.
And I've seen some pretty creative people.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that too.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
that
sure.
People do what they need.
Well,
to do
you got to survive,
Right.
and you have a house, and you don't have the money to pay rent. So,
okay.
Good questions. I'll answer them.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group is the National Consumer Law Center.
I think the reason is they don't want landlords scamming the system and not having.
It also may be a HUD requirement.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks for your.
Actually, I need your name and that's helpful, but also your name and official affiliation for the court reporter. So.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is John Howitt, Howat. I work at National Consumer Law Center in Boston. Been there for 26 years now, working on low-income access to home energy and utility services. And I want to thank you folks for sitting through perhaps a lengthy but interesting morning and afternoon. Really appreciate your attention to the issues that have been discussed today. So I just wanted to start with, it seems that PC59 offers Maryland, this commission, and low-income households in Maryland an extraordinary opportunity. Maryland has some good programming with respect to efficiency, sometimes dealing with arrearages, but affordable payments on current bills, that's a gap. And you have a chance to really do some extraordinary things. A couple of times today, the COVID-19 pandemic has been referenced. And I just wanted to provide a little context. This is from my work. I get to work in states all around the country on these issues. And there's been a lot of progress on this front, bill affordability front, since the COVID-19 pandemic. And some of it is in states that you might not flag right away as a state to be moving forward on this front. I'm going to just name a couple. Some are usual suspect states, but some are not. North Carolina, recently, the commission approved a new low-income bill discount program. The order, with the initial approval, set up a working group and also approved implementation by Duke Energy, anyway, of a tiered discount program. Over the past couple of years, there's been a lot of discussion, as has been the case here. Data transfers and certification have been issues in North Carolina that folks are struggling with, frankly, a little bit. And right now, as an initial matter, a flat discount has been implemented in North Carolina, but there's still work ongoing to get to a tiered approach. In Illinois, a tiered discount program was for all the investor-owned utilities, gas and electric, have been approved by the commission in that state, the Illinois Commerce Commission. A couple of usual suspect states, if I may, Massachusetts and California, they've long had flat bill discounts. You know, these are considered mature programs. But in both of those states, there will be implementation of income-based discounts. Massachusetts is moving quickly in that direction. In California, there are some pilots looking at tiered discounts and PIPs. Another state where there's been activity since COVID is Georgia. The Southern Company and Georgia Power previously had provided a very few number of customers discounts. This is for some elderly and customers with disabilities, but more recently, that pool of eligible customers has been expanded to everyone who is eligible to participate in LIHEAP. So it's tens of thousands of new eligible customers that are receiving benefits. Louisiana, in the most entergy Entergy Louisiana rate case, not only did we get rid of the highest late payment fees in the country, but there's now a working group that's been established to talk about bill discounts for the folks in that service territory. Now, very quickly, Connecticut and Arizona are two states that have recently, within the past years, and a few years, adopted tiered approaches to bill discounts. So, and those aren't ideal. I'll say there are only 2 tiers in both of those states, but they're moving in the right direction. And here you are, you're looking freshly at this issue, and you've got an opportunity to do it right. And I think it's a very exciting time here in Maryland. I just wanted to add perhaps to what's been said today about this whole notion of income-based discounts versus flat discounts. I think, Ben, you've seen this when you do the math, but with a flat discount where everyone gets the same benefit, everyone who participates gets the same benefit, the burden reduction benefits accrue most heavily to those at the top of the income eligibility scale, whereas an income-based approach, whether it be a percentage of income payment plan or a tiered discount such as the one on the table now, the greatest burden reduction benefits with that program design accrue to the folks at the very bottom of the income scale. So, and I'll stop and we can go to Q&A if you like, but I just wanted to make one more comment, and that has to do with the need for a comprehensive approach to affordable current bills as well as means of addressing past due balances. Even if you have the best current bill discount program on the planet, if you're a customer who has a big past due balance that you're paying off at the same time, that current bill is no longer affordable because you're adding an additional amount onto that affordable payment, if you will. And the other side of that is that if you're just dealing with past due balances, but the current bills are not affordable, you'll just be right back to where you started from when you began writing down arrears or addressing arrearages. There really is a lot more to be said, but I'm going to stop there and turn it over back to you for any Q&A you might have.
Well, actually, let me turn to, go ahead.
Sure. Olivia Wine, Senior Attorney at the National Consumer Law Center. I'm here to be John's wingman
I
and
see.
to
Okay,
answer
all right.
questions. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So, any questions for NCS? Commissioner Sussman?
So, actually, the arrearage issue is an interesting one, and I wonder if that was taken up, Mr. Baker, in the conversation, because, you know, if you're constantly carrying that burden with you, it's really hard to address all of the challenge that you have in paying the current bill, because you still have that other bill. And I know that there are some arrearage forgiveness programs within the utilities.
Yeah, so the arrearage, so what exists today is there is an OHEP arrearage forgiveness program. And that effectively is, I believe you're eligible once every 7 years to potentially get your whole balance forgiven via a grant. Otherwise, what happens today is you can go on a payment arrangement plan with the utility, and that's not really a forgiveness. If you receive OHEP benefits, a lot of the utilities will use that to immediately pay down your balance, and then spread the remainder out over time.
But the problem with that is if you needed to pay your current bill, then you're kind of back
right.
to
And so
Right.
the utility practices for that are actually one of the appendices to this report. So I want to make sure, because that was a I would say it is a shortfall in this mechanism. I will say the commission order initiating this mechanism did tell the work group not to try and do arrearage retirement through this at this time.
Okay.
So the mechanism, when we were working on it as a work group, it wasn't something that we were actively trying to solve, because the order that established it did, actually told us not to focus on that.
Okay.
So, but I did want to acknowledge, though, because the way we do set that the benefit up, and I do explain that in the report, is when we're doing the calculation, we say, here is your usage, here's your income, here's your usage, here's the benefits being received from OHEP on an average basis, and then you calculate the annual bills based off that information. And so the one weakness in that calculation is it's not identifying let's say the average arrearage balance at the time.
Mm-hmm.
If included, it would certainly then escalate the cost of this program, and that would then impact final implementation. I would say final benefit costs that we might dole out if you try and solve that. It's definitely addable to the equation, something that would need to be discussed probably within the work group.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, if this is a conversation that can be had during phase 2.
I think it could.
To at least have the conversation, see if there's a possible path forward without directing that you solve this issue.
Right. I mean, we could certainly have the discussion. I would note one area it might impact implementation would be simply, I don't know how the utilities will be programming their systems to do the math. If it's just a simple manual calculation every year, probably less of an implementation problem. And then in terms of the second part, where it's part of the overall number, where this would next impact your decision-making process, would be next year when we come into the hearing where we say, okay, we have the mechanism in place.
Yeah.
Now let's determine what the final size cost of this is.
Or
That's where that
let's
would
get
come
the
in.
mechanism in place, recognizing that there's always going to be issues.
Right.
And perhaps this can be the issues, maybe this will be a phase 3 issue.
Maybe, yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Linton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I was trying to figure out the best way to ask this question for you as a national organization. We have a position here among all the parties as consensus to use our state agency approval process for consumers to be eligible for these initiatives. Obviously, it's easy. You know, the utilities are familiar with it. It makes it less costly. But we already know that probably 70 to 75% of our low-income customer base in the state don't participate with OHEP. Now, we all wish they would go and enroll and participate, but they don't. And we've seen that cycle for decades. What do we see in other states around the country? Do they use the same structure that we're proposing here, or is there something else they use in order to find a way to reach those customers that need the assistance but don't ever participate?
In other programs, other state program designs, it's an and, not an or. So efforts in addition to the state agency, like the LIHEAP population coming in through those determinations, includes community-based organizations, particularly those that work specifically with harder to reach populations. Maybe it's community-based organizations that have expertise with certain languages and certain communities, seniors, households with consumers with disabilities. So there are different groups you can partner with to help reach the underserved. But that's why we flagged seniors as a phase 2 issue in particular, and to look at the particular sort of anchor institutions in Maryland, in the state of Maryland, that we might be able to partner with. The state of California right now has a community-based organization pilot where the utilities are funding community-based organizations to help do specific outreach to help with enrollment into their low-income assistance programs like the suite of programs. So, that could be a mechanism, but it wouldn't be either or. And in some states, the community-based organizations really are sort of the face of the first place people go to sign up for energy assistance. So it becomes, part of looking at their capability to help reach into the community. So it sort of depends on the resources that you have for your particular state or situation, and who in the network of networks would be best positioned to be like that likely trusted entity to help bring in those harder to reach populations.
Okay, so I'll ask the work group chair, as part of the report, the data that you've had an opportunity to see. This has obviously been an issue for many years in Maryland, and part of the effort to expand the number of ways that people could participate in LIHEAP was based on trying to address this issue, so that now people who apply for SNAP are also eligible for LIHEAP, and that was part of the reason to do it. So I'm curious if the data that you were able to see showed any kind of increase in the number of customers that were participating now that we are expanding eligibility to other types of programs that historically didn't allow it.
Right. I was focused. When we got the data, we were focused on 25 and 24 and 25 data. I think categorical eligibility went in for the 24 year.
Right.
So I would, when staff comes up here, Mr. Lee and Mr. Thomas, they were instrumental in helping with all of this. They were a little closer to the data than I in a number of instances, so I think we could ask them if they noticed the trend, but if not, it might be something that we could say, hey, can we look into to see if we have, or maybe we go back to OHEP and say, we know we only asked for 24 and 25, can we get a little more data to go further back in time? Okay. If that's something that you think would help inform final decisions on this, or if you think it'd just be helpful to know in general.
Well, I think it might be something worth exploring as part of the phase 2. Only because if we created a program that just adds more assistance to the customers that we already are helping, and we're leaving the majority of consumers out there that we know are out there, and we haven't figured out a way to reach them yet, maybe we're missing out on an opportunity. And I think that's probably something that this initiative was intended to do. And I won't speak on behalf of the folks that worked on it from the General Assembly, but clearly, we already know we're helping some customers, and they still need more help. But we know that there are others that aren't getting anything, and so.
Yeah, and I would say, like in the General Assembly, when they came up with it, they said eligibility. I believe it was 175% of federal poverty limit, unless you were a senior. Then they bumped it to 200, or something broader if we so decided. And so the eligibility that we kind of lay out on page 7, the easiest way for implementation was clearly, do you have that OHEP designation, which clearly doesn't capture everyone because I don't have income for everyone, but it does then avoid having to do this income verification that's always been, every time Empower and other kinds of programs, or we can look at community solar where it's been an issue too with getting people in. I will say this might be a draconian way of looking at it in a sense, but because we're about to put a surcharge, if this is implemented as recommended, it's going to create a transparent surcharge on the bill that basically says you're helping me fund a benefit for a certain group of customers who really need the help. There's going to probably be a group on the margin or who could be eligible who might then see that, because we want to run, because what we want to do is make sure through the community-based organizations, through organizations like 211 and others, that we're getting out there that this is available. It's another benefit on top of the OHEP benefits that exist. And if you're helping pay for it and you're like, well, I need the help, and we determine you have the right income eligibility, then we should get you in the door. And that could be part of, in that phase 2, is there a way to work that kind of idea into this marketing or that catch, or even in the call centers when people call into the utilities and they're like, why am I paying this? I'm in that bucket anyways. And they're like, here's the eligibility form, you get into OHEP, let's go. But anyways, yeah, but to your point, yeah, no, this work group, it was very focused on what, I said, the low-hanging fruit of getting it in the door, going now with OHEP eligibility. And even that OHEP eligibility, if you look at the the requirements, we even said like OHEP level 7 customers who are above that 200%, we wouldn't include to help save money. And so that was, it's not capturing the whole population, to your point. And the OHEP data we got was clearly only OHEP data for the last 2 years.
Okay. It's been a challenge for many years, so I appreciate that there's at least some thought around how to address it. So thanks for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, Commissioner, if I may,
Oh, yeah.
from a national perspective, I think when you look at LIHEAP participation in states across the country, it's very low. Maryland is not an outlier. In fact, I think states that are trying to deal with new program designs for ratepayer-funded programming, the 2 biggest problems are enrollment and income verification on one hand, and how are we going to pay for this on the other. So the questions before you and that you're grappling with right now, you're not unique. And to follow up on Olivia, the role of community-based organization and the extent to which they can provide sort of trusted points of contact in the community, in community to community. The importance there, it can't be overstated. And the example we have is looking at discount rate enrollment in California. Now, I know that's a very mature discount program there. It's been operating for decades, and so a lot of people know about it already. But the participation rate in that discount is well over 95% of the income eligible households. And the one difference between what's gone on in California and other states, I think, is in addition to the community action agencies, there are other community-based organizations involved. They also have something that looks a little bit like self-certification, and people get, it's almost like an audit process that is implemented to check and make sure that that doesn't run amok. But what's happened in California with participation certainly, in my view, is instructive.
Thank you. I do appreciate your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Chad? Commissioner Barbank?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So, do you need a break? Okay. 5 minutes. Yep, we go. Okay, so we're going to take a brief 5-minute recess just for the court report.
So, back on the record for PC 59.
We have the Office of People's Counsel will be our next presenter.
Thank you, David Lapp, People's Counsel here with Isaac Lindenbaum and Nicole Zeichner. I'm going to make a few comments and be, fairly brief, and then turn it over to Isaac for our presentation. I wanted to start just acknowledging the challenge that the Commission faces in this docket. The Commission is having to decide how much to raise rates for everybody in order to lower rates for limited income customers, and that's not an easy task. And we know Marylanders in general, not just limited income customers, are facing higher rates. We saw lots of constituents raise issues with elected officials. We had hearings last year before the General Assembly on high bills and before the Baltimore City Council. In our office, we've seen over the last 2 years calls which primarily are about high energy bills to our consumer assistance unit, about double over the past 2 years. And we know distribution rates have been rising significantly across a number of our utilities. We have a recent utility coming in for yet another rate increase of about 15% to its distribution rates. We also have data center costs and other issues with the PJM capacity market and energy markets and transmission costs. But what's, I think, important to keep in context in terms of these rising costs is that the distribution portion of the supply costs, that goes up and stays up because those are long-term monopoly investments that go into rates for a long period of time. And the same thing goes for distribution rates. They go up and they don't come back down. They are locked into customers' rates for decades and decades. The energy and supply cost and capacity market costs do go up and down, depending often on the price of the gas, but also depending on what happens in those markets. So the capacity market that we're dealing with now is a 1-year increase. We're going to probably see a few years, or there'll be another year of those increases, but they could come back down. But these, when the utilities come in for distribution rate hikes, those costs are long-term costs. Those rates go up and stay up. The second thing I wanted to do is beg your indulgence a little bit about the opportunity that's provided in this docket. So we're talking now essentially about a discounted rate. And we're not asking you to reconsider any of that right now, but I did want to point out the significance of what the legislature has done with this statute 4-309 in terms of eliminating the prohibition against undue discrimination. And that is really significant. That's a bedrock principle of utility regulation. So the Commission's decision to waive that in the case of a limited income mechanism is really important. It is a means of asking the Commission to redistribute wealth in a sense. And I just wanted to flag the comments that we filed last August 19, 2024, where we were doing, Commissioner Suchman earlier today talked about thinking outside the box, and that's what we were trying to do in those comments, and sort of think about ways that we can stay closer to cost causation principles and trying to deal with this issue of regressivity and find ways to implement these mechanisms that are more progressive. So we suggested there, I'm not going to dwell on this, but just the high point, we suggested there considering ways that these low-income programs are funded more by higher income, higher users of electricity instead of, the middle people who will be burdened by higher rates, if they are responsible for supporting that. So we also proposed trying to link some of these programs to existing efforts at the Commission. And I know it's come up today. Again, we've talked about, Empower and audits, but we have other proceedings on time of use rates, the Drive Act, energy storage, and we still think that it's worthwhile in the future, maybe as a later phase of this docket, thinking about how those programs can be tied to limited income mechanisms. The statute is quite broad. It says it refers to programs, tariff provisions. So the key one there is program, tariff provision, credit rider, rate, or other means to assist limited income customers to afford utility service. And so we want to just raise that again and highlight that. But in any event, this docket provides a good opportunity to help people who are really hurting from their energy bills. And the last point I wanted to make is just, and Chair Hoover referenced it earlier, we want to encourage the commission to continue talking to the legislature, to the administration about finding non-ratepayer funded ways to help limited income customers because we want to avoid raising rates for other folks. So with that, I want to turn it over to Isaac, who is going to talk about some of the specifics regarding the report and the non-consensus items.
Yep. Thanks, David. Good morning, Chair Hoover and commissioners. Good afternoon. You're right. So I apologize.
Where you are.
Yeah, right. So first, we wanted to talk through our position on the type of discount that we believe should be provided. And we support a percent of bill or volumetric discount as it's described in the work group report. And we support that type of discount because ultimately it's more effective at helping customers achieve the target energy burden. And so the graphic here on page 23 from the work group report, we think illustrates this point. So just talking through what this graphic is trying to communicate. Starting on the left side of the graphic, the number 63,991 is the number of OHEP customers today with an energy burden above 6%. And moving to the right, the 40,670 number is the number of OHEP customers who would still have an energy burden above 6% if the mechanism used a fixed rate discount. And to the right of that, the number 38,332 is the number of customers with an energy burden above 6% if a volumetric or percent of bill discount were applied. And so ultimately, using a percent of bill discount, you would achieve a reduction to the target energy burden for a greater number of customers than you would with a fixed rate discount. And one note on this figure is that it does not capture customers who do have a reduced energy burden, but don't reach that 6% threshold. So for example, if a customer had an 11% energy burden before applying the discount mechanism, after that discount mechanism was applied, they still had a 7 or 8% energy burden. That wouldn't be accounted for in this graphic. So just a note on that. So next, OPC supports a cost allocation structure that allocates 75% of the cost to the commercial and industrial classes and 25% of the cost to the residential class. And we support that allocation for three main reasons. The first is that higher rates caused by surcharges and regressive funding mechanisms ultimately lead to higher bills, and higher bills have a fundamentally different impact on residential customers compared to commercial and industrial customers. And the limited income statute waives the anti-discrimination provisions contained within the PUA, so that's a consideration that is permitted in allocating the cost of this mechanism. Second, our recommended allocation structure aligns with the allocation structure for the EUSP, which is also designed to provide bill relief to customers making up to 200% of the federal poverty limit. And third, this allocation structure acknowledges the value of the non-energy benefits that accrue to the commercial and industrial classes when monthly utility bills are lower for residential customers. Okay. And third, Sorry, Ben. You could, yeah. Third, the target energy burden the mechanism should be structured to achieve is a 6% energy burden inclusive of supply and distribution costs. And a 6% target energy burden is generally viewed as the benchmark energy burden target and represents a sustainable monthly portion paid towards energy costs for all customers. Fourth, a commission decision on a surcharge rider cap at this time is premature before the commission decides other issues like cost allocation or target energy burden. And if the commission were to adopt a surcharge rider cap at this stage in the proceedings, then it could ultimately lower the amount of benefits provided to limited income customers while at the same time raising the monthly bill impacts for other residential customers. And as it relates to bill impacts and a surcharge rider cap, I'd like to make 3 points briefly on the monthly bill impacts that we cite to in our comments on page 13. And those bill impacts range from about 3 cents to $2.25. And so first, those bill impacts assume OHEP does not apply supplemental benefits. And supplemental benefits vary year to year and are not always available for disbursement. Second, these bill impact numbers do assume customers receive federal benefits. So if federal LIHEAP funding was not provided, it would increase the monthly bill impacts beyond those included in our comments. And third, these bill impacts do not include taxes and surcharges other than the Empower surcharge on a customer's bill. And adding fees, taxes, and other riders would increase the total bill impact for customers. So depending on how these costs may impact the monthly surcharge, we could be supportive of a bill cap in the future. Okay. And then fifth and finally, we support requiring the utilities to include specific information with their annual surcharge filings. This information would be in addition to the recommended data that the utilities report on. And this information should include the projected annual average and median surcharge for each customer class, and that same information for the preceding year. Additionally, we recommend the Commission open a legislative style hearing and formal comment period on the utility surcharge updates if any stakeholder requests one. And so with that, we're available for any questions that the Commission might have about our comments.
So, Commissioner McLean.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Sir, you support a 25%, 75% distribution between residential and commercial and industrial. And I'm sure you heard Mr. Krieger indicate that type of, he didn't say that, but he gave me those. He gave those percentages, that your proposal would have a much greater impact on a small, their commercial and industrial base, which only makes up about 9% of their customers. Are you supportive of the concept of allowing a utility such as SMECO to make a proposal to the Commission to tailor the allocation based on their unique circumstances?
Yeah, I think we would be amenable to SMECO's situation. I mean, we do think there's value in some uniformity across the utilities, but they're going to be, especially with the smaller utilities, there might be some justified deviations from that, and it seems like SMECO's situation probably justifies that.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Is that it? Okay. Commissioner Barbic.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I spent 8 years on the Ways and Means Committee back when Martin O'Malley was governor, and so I had to defend a lot of tax increases, as Larry Hogan pointed out after that period of time. So I cannot, as a matter of public policy, I don't see the Public Service Commission as being well situated to the task of putting a burden on higher income individuals. I just don't see functionally how we would be able to do that. unless unless the legislature were to pass a law saying that we should have different rates for people of different income levels. How would we do that? Let me give you an example of how it would be really hard. My wife and I, we're both commissioners. We make a decent amount of money. We don't have children. We've sold our houses. We live in an apartment. Our energy bills are kind of low. If you looked at our energy bills, we wouldn't look like, upper middle class people. You'd never know it from looking at our energy bills. So I just don't functionally understand how the Public Service Commission can do this without a substantial change in the law.
Well, I would say that is what is going on here. I mean, it's just which other customers are you including or not. I mean, the statute does say that the undue discrimination requirement does not apply. So you are going to increase rates for everybody except those customers who are benefiting. So that is happening. So the question is whether you can identify and narrow down a subset of the other customers and have them pay more. Our comments that we filed suggested some ways that might be possible. I don't think there's a perfect way of doing it, but we do know that if you just raise rates for everybody except the narrow subset, that you are raising rates for a lot of people who are on the border and a lot of people who are impacted by high utility rates and high bills now. So we are, we suggested in our comments looking at zip codes and consumption levels. I don't think that there's a perfect way, but we also suggested that go to the working group for discussion. I mean, we're not claiming to have the magic bullet as far as identifying those customers, but that's what the statute says, and the statute authorizes the commission to make decisions. The legislature is saying, Public Service Commission, you decide, how to do this, and and not providing too much guidance, except saying, it can be a program, rider, rate, all those sorts of things. But the other thing that we're suggesting is that you do try and tie that to the various other programs that the state is that the public service is operating through the state, because we want to lower bills, and we want to find ways that we can get customers to have lower bills in the first instance, rather than having those high bills because they're in inefficient housing, all those sorts of things that hopefully we're doing in distribution planning and energy storage and Empower. We're trying to lower bills in those dockets, and we know that in many of those situations that it's the lower income customers who don't end up benefiting from those programs, because they require some outlay of capital. Lower income customers don't own their homes. Many of them are tenants, and many of them frankly aren't may not have the time or the capacity to take advantage of programs. So that's another way of thinking about it. And we're not suggesting that anything is easy here. This is a challenging task for the commission, and we're trying to throw out some ideas. And I think some of this would have to be worked out, just the way we work out a number of things in working groups with guidance from the commission.
I agree with everything you said, but that still doesn't answer for me how we would be able to distinguish between upper middle class and wealthy people and middle class people, because the programs in the state of Maryland do a very good job of identifying who's poor, who's super poor, who's super poor, but except for the state income tax code, there is no way for you to look at, two commissioners who live in 20850 of Rockville zip code, not 20854, which is Potomac, but a Rockville zip code. If you were just looking at our electric bills and you were just looking at our zip code, you would have no idea what our income is, except that we're not super poor, And so Although there are people who live in our building who take advantage of the MPDU program, so that doesn't even, it's not even a good indication for that. I have to tell you, I appreciate what you want to do, and I appreciate what the legislature wants us to do, but I don't think the Public Service Commission has the tools to be able to say, you live in, you're upper middle class or super rich, and you're middle class, and so we're going to base rates on that. I don't think we have I think it is actually objectively impossible for us to do that, given the information that we have.
I don't, I agree with the premise at a specific level. I do think there are proxies that could be used, but they would be imperfect. But I also think that that is something that we're not proposing a conclusive solution to that question, but suggesting that that be considered, with data and analysis, in a working group. So I'm not disagreeing with the specifics. I think you're right, and we don't want the utilities to have, income tax information. That would not be good, and
Nobody wants that.
Yeah, nobody wants that. But you can look and see in Maryland where zip codes, higher income zip codes, that I think we would want to see exceptions to that, because even within high zip code areas there are lower income people, and you can take a look at our comments, because we are suggesting that we're throwing that out as an idea. First of all, as an idea, there may be better ideas, but also maybe it's a presumption, a rebuttable presumption, and somebody can say, look, we shouldn't be paying more because this is, this doesn't apply to us. Anyway, I think we're concerned about all the customers who are going to be, hit with this. We would like to see, a mechanism that works, that really supports low income people, but we're also concerned about the other ratepayers as well.
So I guess my takeaway is don't move to 20854. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You live in 20854.
I do live in 20854. I was waiting for him to point to me, and then it took a little while. Okay, so following up on Commissioner McLean's question about accounting for differences among classes depending on the utility, we heard from the Exelon utilities that they're fine with having something based on a volumetric approach, because from their perspective, the cost is going to be the same. For the smaller utilities, that may be a different case. And so would you be okay about not having a state approach on how you allocate the benefit, that it could be a fixed fee as opposed to, or a fixed credit as opposed to a volumetric, for the smaller utilities?
Yes, we're okay with a fixed credit as opposed to a volumetric.
Right, because you sort of get to where you need to go, but we're avoiding some of the very high costs for the smaller utilities to do something that is going to involve more computer stuff. So,
yeah.
Okay. And I do think it's important to point out that, we're all struggling to balance how different programs sort of impact ratepayers, and I've been sort of complaining since I've been up on the bench about the regressive effects that Empower have on ratepayers, because so many of them do not benefit from the program, and so it is sort of a struggle to try to make everything as fair as possible. But on this one in particular, because the legislature said the utilities had to do it, that it gave us authority to do it. But Mr. Lapp, I also did want to comment on something that you said, which I think is really, really important, which is, and I've been saying this also since I've been on the bench, we have to be so careful about siloing the things that we're doing. There's so many different proceedings that impact other proceedings, and this proceeding is about trying to find a low income mechanism, but it's also we need to recognize that there are lots of different ways that we can reduce the energy burden by reducing the amount of energy that they consume each month. And so it could be Empower, it could be it could be energy storage, it's community solar. It's making sure that all of these programs are working for low-income customers as well. That we can't just say, oh, low-income customers, they've got a low-income mechanism, now we can move on to other things. They need to be part of the process, and it will benefit not just them, but the rest of the system by making sure that they're effectively part of the process. So I appreciate the comment that you made earlier.
Agree 100%. And I would just add that it is higher users that, drive, at least at some level. I mean, it all takes more analysis and, studying, but higher users are going to create more demands on the system.
Right, so it's not to anybody's benefit if we have a very inefficient household that has a very high energy burden, because it's gonna require that we get more, that we pay more for capacity. It's gonna require that we build out our system, and so that will benefit everybody if we can address that. So we're not just addressing their challenge, we're also addressing the challenges of the system as a whole. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. So I'm going to go back to the allocation point that you raised earlier, and you were tying your recommendation and the recommendation of a number of parties to the Electric Universal Service Program, the structure that was there. Our technical staff has suggested that we should be cautious against overburdening the C&I customer class, as opposed to having it done through the residential class instead, putting more of the burden that way. So I guess as a preliminary matter, whenever we talk about C&I class, as you know, we're really just talking about the different tariff schedules. So are you suggesting then that through some allocation model that we will present a portion of the 75% across all of the different tariff classes? I see Mr. Mr. Baker.
Yeah, that's my understanding, is it would be evenly allocated amongst each CNI class from that 75%.
It might not be evenly, but yeah, when they show up, depending on how you want to deal with this, if you want to give firm guidance now to use that exact, then when the utilities show up, they would say, here's how I would propose doing it. Typically, you'll see use of previous allocation from the rate case or amount of revenues coming in as kind of the proxy for how things get spread. And we do have, like, in the bill impact tables, there were 4 scenarios presented. There was 100% residential, 25 residential, 75 residential, and then just a general allocation based off of the most recent allocation in a base rate case. And typically when you're doing kind of a scattershot approach, a typical way of doing it is that we just generally allocate across the classes based off the previously approved one from a rate case. So clearly there would need to be some work on figuring out what that looks like if you choose to go for a specific percentage to the CNI, that I assume that through the phase 2 or when the utilities show up with their tariffs, we would have that discussion.
Okay. So I'm dating myself when I say this, but I was around when the Electric Universal Service Program was drafted. I actually helped write some of it. And one of the things that was negotiated, and it was led by the Office of People's Counsel, was that the C&I class would pay for a large percentage of the program because they were receiving opportunity and benefit through the competitive markets that were being opened up as a result of the legislation. So in a sense, they were sharing the savings that they were going to realize with the customers that as we know today, didn't necessarily get as much of a savings out of the competitive market as the C&I classes did. So what's the rationale then? And I know you mentioned a few things like system benefits and things of that sort, but we had a very tangible benefit back then. We could point to it. You know, there was estimates that we could tell for a particular company what that savings could be. So what are we looking at here, and what are we able to say that, hey, commercial and industrial customers, you should pay for 75% of this program because you're going to realize what?
Well, I mean, I think you could conclude that those same benefits are still around today. Residential customers, as we know, and we had SB1, a couple years ago, sort of acknowledging that residential customers, in fact, weren't helped, but, substantial numbers were harmed.
Right.
As a result of retail supply, but C&I customers are still benefiting from that. So I think you could rest on that same rationale. I think in addition to that, there are system benefits to, residential customers, or, to C&I customers, or I guess I would say that the detriment to C&I customers from the rate burdens that all customers are seeing are of a different category completely than the detriment to residential customers who, get their heat turned off and suffer, dire consequences as a result of, the high rates. And that's what the legislature, recognized here and is giving a benefit to those residential customers. And residential customers, of course, service commercial and industrial businesses in the state. So, you could point to that benefit as well. If, residential customers, if more of them lose their power, if more of them go homeless, if more of them, can't afford their housing, that's going to have an impact, broader impact on businesses across the state.
Yeah, and I'll just also note in our comments, we also cite to the benefit cost analysis that was included as part of the EV work group's original EV petition, and that petition included a cost benefit analysis from a third party expert firm, and that cost benefit analysis quantified the non-energy benefits of electrifying Maryland's light-duty EV fleet. And so that's kind of precedent for the commission considering non-energy benefits and as part of the public interest and approving certain allocations. But here, the work group didn't have that same opportunity to dive into the non-energy benefits and provide specific quantification. But that's something maybe that we could do as part of a phase 2 as well.
Okay, so the staff also suggested that we postpone deciding this issue until some other decisions are made regarding the target energy burdens, things of that sort. What's your response to that?
I mean, I think that the allocation is an important sort of backdrop to making some of those decisions because, that targeted energy burden, may depend on how high costs are going to increase for other residential customers because, if residential customers are bearing 75% or I think somebody has said today maybe 100% of those costs, then, that may have an impact on, what you want that burden, percentage target to be. We certainly think it should be at least 6%. But if if residential customers as a whole are bearing the entire, weight of that, those increased costs, we'll want to look at that. So we think that the allocation is the starting point.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was just going to say, I agree.
That's a smart move. Okay, yes, well, I thank you. I appreciate that. And actually, my questions to the technical staff are going to be exact opposite on the ones I just asked you, so they get a bit of a head start. I did have one other question. You mentioned the filing that OPC made in August of last year. So for those of us who were not paying as much attention back then, could you just provide a mail log or something so we could?
I wish I had the mail log. We can probably get it pretty quick, but it was August 19, 2024 in PC 59.
PC 59, okay.
In this docket.
All right, that was the part I didn't have, okay.
And
right,
we
I
may have
won't need-
filed one early. I'm looking and it says corrected version, so there may have been an earlier one, but they were supplemental comments filed in this proceeding. I think prior to the most recent set of comments, I think they were the next most recent, over a year ago. And, those were filed, prior to sort of the energy bill crisis that really, emerged and became, publicly, known and, last winter as a result of, escalating customer bills.
Okay, I didn't have the name of the docket, so that's what I needed. Thank you.
Yeah, this docket.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's all I had.
Okay, so I guess I got to know for the record the sort of strange bedfellows that both you and Exelon are supporting this cost allocation method. And, apropos to build the plaque here. Along the lines of what Commissioner Linton talked about, I know you alluded to the fact that part of the rationale for this is what happened when USP was created in the 1999 Act. And quite honestly, I mean, I was there when all that was going on. It was essentially the decision by the legislators that commercial and industrial customers were in fact going to make out under retail energy competition, and that program, that fee that they were allocated, was essentially described as their cost of getting access to competitive rates. So I guess we haven't heard anything from the commercial and industrial customers, about this idea, probably because they're not aware of it. But I'm sure at some point they will become aware of it and probably will, sort of express some comments to us about the ability of them to pay and the burdens that they have to pay. And I've heard some of the comments you've made about the fact that, they theoretically get to pass the cost on, but I'm sure they're going to tell me that there's limits as to what they can do, and they're now, facing the prospect in some situations of eating tariffs and other things that are making their life more difficult. So, I mean, what are the responses do we give back to them as to the rationale about why, from a policy standpoint, it makes sense to adopt a cost allocation method that puts the significant portion of this program on their backs?
Well, I don't want to repeat what we've already said,
go ahead,
but I think the points we have raised are the critical ones. The legislature has recognized a energy burden on residential customers. I mean, this statute is now, I think it's 2021 statute, and all we've seen, residential customers' bills go up. Of course, their bills are going up too, but we can see what happened last year, what is going on now with, really substantial energy burdens. We have, I think, about a fifth of the state. Some reports show have extreme energy burdens. We have, Baltimore with, the ACEEE study showing that they have the highest energy burden of any metropolitan area in the country. And so this statute is geared toward relieving residential customers from some of that burden, the worst off customers. And there's nothing in the statute that expresses a concern or, about C&I customers. And, we are, you are having to make a decision about other customer rates going up as well. And there will be customers, on the margin that are hurt by the rate increases that they will be paying to help, the limited income customers. And I think that is a great rationale for a response to the CNI customers, and they will continue to pay their rents and service the CNI customers' businesses.
Okay. So, I mean, I get the mechanics of doing that, I think, are a lot simpler for us just because it's been a traditional part of rate making for decades, how to allocate the cost amongst the various customer classes. The one that I find a little more problematic is this suggestion about within the residential class trying to segregate out the cost impacts. And, I'm concerned about the points that Commissioner Barve raised about, us getting too far over our skis, so to speak, when in doing this. But the other part that I'm concerned about is really the mechanics of how to do it. I mean, like I said, when it comes to the commercial and industrial customers, there's sort of traditional rate making principles and processes to use, but trying to sort through the residential class without getting a whole lot of information that may be difficult for us to get. So I guess one of the questions I have, and maybe I should have asked this of the folks that came before you, is are you aware of any other state that does something like this? Amongst the states that have these low-income mechanisms, have they tried to construct a way to spread the cost within the residential class so that the higher users, higher income folks pay more?
Yeah, I'm not aware. I can't say that we have researched. I'm only aware of states that have done low income discounts.
Right.
Again, this is and those low income discounts. I think I don't think there's that many states that have them, and most I think are fairly recent.
Sure.
Because this is like treading new area
Oh, yeah.
for utility
No, I understand.
regulation, because it is, sort of deviates from, important, what we think are important cost causation principles. So this is a deviation from that, and I guess because the commission is charged here essentially with a wealth transfer, that I'm not troubled as much by the policy of trying to identify a different category, because we know that we are going to have customers who are on the margin and customers who actually qualify, who are going to pay higher rates because they don't get the benefits. So we know that's going to happen. So the policy of trying to target the cost of it to higher income doesn't trouble me. But I'm concerned, like you are, about, and Commissioner Barve as well, about the mechanics and practicalities of doing that. And we don't claim to have the solution. Sure. We've thrown out some ideas. We think ultimately that it may be possible and something that should be explored.
Okay. And I guess from my standpoint, I could probably get past the policy concerns and principle concerns if I could figure out a way to do it that I thought actually would accomplish what we're doing, instead of just taking a sort of slingshot at it and just hoping that we get it. Because I could see, because what I'm concerned about is if we miss and the mechanism that we use isn't accurate enough, and some of these people that probably would qualify somehow get lumped into the payer class because of where they live or something like that, there could be significant blowback against the whole concept of doing this at all. And so I'm concerned about losing the effort that we have on this thing because of not being able to do this other thing.
We would be concerned about the same thing.
Sure.
About making sure that we're not doing our best to not
Sure.
include people who can't afford it. And I think in our comments, I glanced at them beforehand, but I think they're a year old now. I think we did suggest that we would want to make sure there's an opportunity to get out of it if for somebody who could. But and right now we don't want you to throw a slingshot. We we're just suggesting that it be studied.
Sure.
And assessed to see if there is a possibility. And on the blowback issue, if you, you know, there could be blowback just from a limited mechanism that we're talking about now, because, you know, customers are going to see an additional charge on their bill with just a low income discount that everybody pays for, and there could be blowback from that. So, you know, maybe it'd be worse, but maybe it'd be less, because a lot of those, you know, higher income, if there's a mechanism to identify them, a lot of them probably don't ever look at their utility bills and just pay it, and they're not going to notice, you know, an additional $5-10 or whatever it is, because their bills, you know, they're probably high users, and they're probably, you know, have automatic deductions that come out of their checking account, and they don't see it.
Commissioner.
It's probably a good benefit for people not looking at their bill.
Right. So actually, since I'd asked Ms. Wine earlier about providing us with information from the various states, could you include in that how the mechanism is paid for, particularly, you know, how they sort of do it across customer classes? Is it all customers equally, or do they divide between residential and C&I? And then also, do they make distinctions within the residential class? You know, if another state has already sort of looked at this issue, it would be good for us to sort of learn their successes and to the extent they hit some bumps along the way.
Yeah, and I'm a big proponent of borrowing from other people.
Right.
Somebody's already figured this out. So. Yeah. So. Okay. I think. Oh, would you have anything else?
No.
Okay. Yeah. No, so, all right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You think I should pay more than you? I just want to be clear.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
All
Anybody
right.
who listens
Thank you.
by four.
Our last
Right. But you.
our last presentation of the day will be the Public Service Commission staff.
He's going after me. I know he's going after me. Targeting.
Yeah, please do. It's got before staff starts, I do want to give a big thank you to the whole staff team. A lot of this report was possible because of them, especially Mr. Evan Thomas and Alex Lee here. Alex was instrumental in the development of Appendix E, that whole sub-report, and Evan did a lot of the number crunching in terms of the various tiers and bill impacts. So those two gentlemen are a large reason this report has been so successful. Thank you.
Okay. So whoever wants to start, go right in.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Drew McAuliffe on behalf of staff. I'm joined by, as Mr. Baker said, Alessandra Lee and Evan Thomas in our Electricity and Telecommunications, Gas and Water Division, as well as Mr. Michael Dean from our Staff Council Division. So I'm just going to briefly cover staff's reply comments to the work group report, and here to answer any questions as well. I'll try to be brief since we covered a lot of this already. So there's just really 6 topics we plan to cover. So in regards to energy burden, we don't have any slides. Staff has no concerns with the 6%. Our kind of argument is a little more nuanced. We just think it should be more of a kind of a policy goal, not an exact directive that, you know, every customer needs to be at that 6%, because we just think it'll be more costly, and it just adds a lot more complications. And we also believe that you should, you know, we think it should be more of a directive as well, just considering cost implications and things like that. So we're fine with the 6%. I do want to make that clear. It's just, it's a little more nuanced that we don't think it should be, you know, for example, it would be considered a failure if we don't reach the 6%. You know, it should be kind of a goal, not necessarily a firm directive. And, you know, we recommend that the commission largely focus on the outcomes of that target, whichever the target the commission deems appropriate. So for the rates and charges to be included in the mechanism, staff initially, as many of the work group members will recall, initially had concerns including supply. We just felt that there may have been some legal issues there with collecting supply costs through distribution rates. We couldn't really find anything in the statute, so we've kind of pulled back from that argument. However, obviously we are still concerned with costs, but for now we are okay with the supply as long as, including supply rates, as long as, with the cost considerations, and ensuring that the rates charged to other customers are not too high. So we've touched a bit on, obviously, the CNI customers. So in regards to the rates and charges, one thing that hasn't come up is, how CNI customers will be paying essentially for some customers' supply costs through distribution rates, through their own distribution rates. So, and we've heard about the benefits that CNI customers may receive. Staff just frankly doesn't really see any, even if you consider uncollectibles. So typically, utilities, when they turn off customers, they'll, those leftover balances will become uncollectibles. I know for BG it usually takes about 7 months. So those can go into rates eventually. However, typically those are allocated to the classes that cause those uncollectibles. So particularly, I know for supply, the Exelon utilities that have that administrative charge, those costs we know are allocated directly to the costs, to the classes that cause them. So if residential customers have uncollectibles with supply, SOS, that's charged to other residential. It doesn't go to commercial. So commercial customers would get no benefit from there being less uncollectibles from supply. And it's similar with distribution. Now there may be a little bit of distribution uncollectibles from residential that are allocated to CNI, but it's still small if there is any. So then this leads into the cost allocation issue that Commissioner Linton was just touching on. So in regards to EUSP, staff's argument was just simple that ESP was very specific that commercial had to cover 75% of that program. With this legislation, it just said essentially all customers can pay, but it did not give a specific percentage. So we just don't see necessarily that that's a valid argument that, well, both of these are programs to help residential customers, better afford their bills. We just don't see that just because they both do that, they should have the same cost allocation. I guess we are okay with different cost allocations with different utilities. But again, we are concerned with CNI customers. They've been facing higher bills as well. A lot of them do shop, but many of them are still on SOS. They're subject to those prices. They're subject to the distribution rate increases as well. And we heard how keeping residential customers as active customers and being able to afford their bills, they'll be able to spend more money and support these CNI businesses. But it goes the other way as well. Not all these CNI businesses are Walmarts or Amazon or, these big companies. Some are just restaurants, small businesses. So if they can't afford their electric bills, they may let go of employees, shut down a business, which then those employees can't afford their electric bill. So there is a balance there that we really need to consider. And as I think you noted, Chair Hoover, the CNI customers have not been involved with this. So we don't have any issues with CNI customers paying some share, but we just think the blanket 75% needs to be looked at further. As I argued, we don't see that they're seeing much benefit from this program. In regards to the bill impact, staff would prefer to see a $2 bill impact for residential customers, for non-participating customers in this program. We did kind of base that on stride, as well as as we were discussing earlier with this kind of pushback or blowback. We are concerned about the long-term viability of this program, so we do want to ensure that the charge isn't too high, because you may get that pushback and then have no program. So we do think that helps keep the balance of keeping the program and giving enough benefits to the LMI customers, and also not overburdening the other customers. And then this also leads into the kind of the cost cap or soft cap. There hasn't been much discussion on this today. So staff is okay with obviously the utilities being made whole with this kind of soft cap that we discussed. So there may be cost overruns in any year, which obviously will happen some years because we won't be able to fully project these costs accurately. However, and this will lead into the percentage bill or flat credit argument. Staff would be concerned if, just say we go through our budget, we are okay with the utility collecting those costs in the next year. However, we are concerned that costs will continue to increase and kind of snowball, particularly under the percentage of bill payment. So under this soft cap, we are okay with it, but that may lead to reduced benefits for the LMI customers in the next year if you want to keep that budget relatively similar. So just say the budget for the whole program was $100 million, we ran over 10%, so it would be $110 million, for example, if you wanted to keep the benefits the same. Staff would be concerned with that. We'd probably want to keep it at that $100 million and therefore reduce benefits to the LMI customers, unfortunately. But this leads into our argument for why we like the flat credit, because these reconciliation issues would be muted and reduced compared to the percentage of discount. So for example, say there's a polar vortex, it could even be a warm winter, for example, but there's a polar vortex for a week or so, and you get a huge increase in winter usage that we didn't expect, and it's also a warmer on average year, so you get more summer usage than you expect. If you're doing the percentage rate discount, and just say for Tier 1 customers, it's 50% of their bill is reduced, you're going to provide a bigger benefit than you're expecting. So you will have higher costs in the next year that are going to roll over into the next year. So that's where staff concern, that's actually our main concern with percentage discount, is the reconciliation and the snowball effect. So we've seen this with other things such as Empower and other places where, you know, you get this extra amount that comes in, and we may not want to pay it all off because we want to keep the benefits for everyone the same, and we don't want to increase the surcharge charge to our customers. So we'll say, oh, why don't we amortize some of that over 2 years, and then there's another year where we spend more than we thought, and then we're like, oh, well, why don't we amortize it 3 years, and then it just builds. So that's where we see the flat credit as superior, because the only way that the flat credit will issue more funds than we would have anticipated if there's more customers that sign up. But that's an issue with either method. So with the flat credit, we'll just determine that, for example, the benefit level 1 customers get $50 a month for the 12 months, and that won't ever change. And the only way the total budget would increase, like I said, if there's just more customers than we were expecting. But again, that happens under both. And we did hear some concerns that the percentage discount would match better with customer usage or timing concerns with, you know, the winter or the summer. And as staff noted in their comments, that calculation is very simple. So again, for example, if we determined the average credit for benefit level 1 would be $50, you could easily say, well, how about we give a 50% higher credit in 6 months of the year and 50% lower in the 6 shoulder months. So it would be 75 and 25 instead of 50. So 6 months of the year, the customer would get a $75 credit. 6 months, they get a 25. And it's just a very simple calculation. It's not, in staff's opinion, very onerous to do that. Another reason we like the flat credit is the energy efficiency argument that Mr. Krieger made. So as he noted, you know, the more you use, which is with the percentage of discount, the bigger the absolute value of your credit. So personally, I'm concerned that there'd be a perverse incentive for the customers to use more under that paradigm. Sure, their bill would be higher if they use more, but they just may notice, wow, I'm getting this pretty large credit and it grows as much as I use. And it's kind of the opposite with the flat credit. You know, for example, you're getting that $50, and the customer can kind of plan around that, knowing, hey, I'm getting $50. You know, let me try to influence my usage in a way that they could even get to zero, whereas with the percentage discount, they could not get that low either as well. And as they reduce, that absolute value of that benefit gets smaller for that customer. So that's actually another concern we have with that one as well. Yeah, and I think I'll leave it at that. I don't know if Alex or Evan have anything to add. But thanks. We're available for questions.
Mr. Clinton. So you had a whole list for him. So.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Evening.
Close it up.
Close enough. So you heard some of my questions to the Office of People's Counsel, and I told them that, as you also heard, that my questions to you are basically just the opposite, because it appeared as though you're both on opposite sides of several of these non-consensus issues. So why don't we start with your response to what they said?
Sure. So I think I thought I hit on the EUSP. Is that, for example?
That was one of them, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, EUSP obviously was very specific, and, you know, you brought up the benefits from retail shopping. So, like I said, we don't really see any benefits from this program specifically to CNI. So we just don't see that as an apples to apples comparison.
So is it your position then that the CNI customer class shouldn't be allocated anything?
No, no.
Okay.
We are fine with allocating them costs. We just didn't want that blanket 75%. We just didn't think that was appropriate, and we think that can be addressed later once the commission decides, all right, we do want a 6% energy burden, we want to include supply costs. We think the bill impact could be provided now as well, and once we have those variables, we can say, all right, well, what level of allocation would we need to keep it to just say $2 for a residential customer for X utility?
So when I had this conversation with the People's Council, they were concerned that if the impact on residential customer bills was too high, they'd have to reconsider what the benefit would be, and that was their concern. And so you're suggesting the opposite, which is that we would decide what the financial impact would be, and then the benefit will just be what we can afford.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. Yes, that's why we were saying with the energy burden, we'd like it more to be a policy kind of a consideration rather than a specific directive. We would like to get to that 6%, and with the numbers, it seemed like we could get there pretty easily with everyone except maybe Delmarva. So, again, that's why we were saying we don't need to set a firm cost allocation for everybody. If the commission sets the variables like I described, we can get rough numbers and better numbers from the utility on how to implement the program, and just say with Delmarva specifically, it comes out to, I don't know, $4 or $5 per residential customer. If we do 25% allocation to CNI, we can look at them specifically and try to figure something out. But we just don't believe that decision needs to be made right now and a blanket 75% for every utility.
So your approach then is you mentioned in your comments that it was inspired somewhat by Stride, but not exactly. It's not exactly related to it, because obviously Stride being a regulatory lag related concept, that cap that it proposed was only just for addressing that issue of lag.
Right.
Anything else the utility spent for any infrastructure work they did, they still got the money for it. It just was collected through a rate case at a later time. You're not suggesting then that we are creating a solution that does anything like that.
No.
You're saying that the $2 cap is the budget. That's it.
It's the cap for non-participating residential customers, yes. And again, even if we would be fine if the commission gave sort of a directive to keep it in a range of some sort. We are, again, concerned with the kind of discussion that was had earlier about the blowback from non-participating customers. Obviously, rates are increasing for everyone right now. We're just concerned for the long-term staff is concerned more about the long-term viability of the program. So, we'd rather have a program that is providing some benefits, for the longer term rather than providing a lot now than getting blowback and not being even a program 5 years from now. So that's kind of how we're looking at this.
So did you have a cap, or a proposed cap number for the CNI class?
No, we don't at this point. And that's something we could develop once we get firmer numbers.
So what data would you need to see?
Well,
because we already have a $2 one. So
I know Stride is based off of the residential cap, correct? They make kind of an adjustment to it. So we could look. Again, it would vary based on the utilities too, how many CNI customers they have and things like that.
I will say, Commissioner Lynn, you probably can't set a firm cap on the CNI class like you could on the residential because they're so unique and diverse. We do have in the appendix various bill impacts using a generic cost allocation of revenue once you make the residential allocation for different energy burden levels to try and give you an idea of what they might look like. But I think what staff's kind of giving you here is very much akin to what you might see in a rate case, where you coming into a rate case, the commission has not historically dictated what cost allocation looks like. It's more or less what does the information at that time look like. So that's probably more, if you were trying to look for a corollary, that's probably more similar to what you would see in a rate case, where coming in, we don't have a set idea about cost allocation. It's determined at the time when we know the dollars and cents.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
Okay. Thank you. That's that helps me to see a little clearer as to what the staff is proposing. I did ask a question earlier regarding some of the data that you were looking at to see if there had been any increase in enrollment as a result of the expansion of the LIHEAP and OHEP controlled programs. So that now we're incorporating customers eligible for SNAP and other state-related programs. And so the question was deferred to all of you as the ones who have reviewed the data. So have you seen anything? Or based on the data you have already, is there data enough to suggest that if you went and asked for it, you could find it then?
If we were asked to look into that, we could absolutely find that. But I think, as was previously said, we only looked at 2024 and 2025 data, and so I think we would want to take a further look back in time to make an assessment.
Okay, so my suspicion, and this is just me talking about it here, but I would suspect it'd be somewhat obvious. Because we know we've had 25 years worth of this data. We know that OHEP's enrollment numbers have been fairly steady over that time. Maybe they go up 3,000 or 5,000 per year. As a result of basically making it available now to so many other customers who we anticipated were not benefiting from LIHEAP before. We didn't see a 20% bump or some larger percentage bump. The data still looks the same?
I only hesitated to speak because I have a partial picture with EUSP enrollments. That means, sorry, is it enrollments or actual benefits being received? But regardless, I think my understanding is that for, let's say, the course of a decade, the enrollments had been somewhere around 120,000, and that with the coming of categorical eligibility, it bumped to, it was like up 60%. It was like something, it went from 120, went up a little bit, and then it jumped to this past year, it jumped to 200 something. And then it was only just this past year that it went back down to 170. So, you could just see it as being steady and then skyrocketing and then coming down, but still remaining elevated above baseline levels.
Okay.
And that's just a small snapshot. I don't know if that can be spoken for all the other OHEP programs or things like that.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I would like to know, and I'm not asking staff to do a whole bunch of work on this, but if you have the data already, or if it's something that's obvious, it'd be useful for us to know, because we know that, as has been talked about a lot in the media, the SNAP program is going to be losing funding fairly soon, if it hasn't already. I'm not sure what the deadline is, but LIHEAP is not far behind. We know there are other federally funded programs that are in that same category, but customers that are eligible for one of those are eligible for all of them in Maryland. Mm-hmm. So as we're developing this program, it's useful to know this is one of those metrics that I think you were interested in to help us determine what the either the allocation among the customer classes would be, or what the cap, if we go that approach, what that would be. And so at some point we're going to need to know what that exposure could be and the number of customers that we could help with the program. There's several moving parts here, so we have to start nailing down a few of them so we can make a choice. So
Should I follow up, or?
I'll end it there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So it sounds like you'd want to know, in order to set the cap, you'd actually need to know what you need. Mm-hmm. And so I have 132 million mm-hmm. annually for 25,000 recipients. Is that about the?
That sounds correct.
To
yes.
get to the 6%.
Sure. Yeah.
Which wouldn't be a cap. It wouldn't be an absolute, but it would be. Okay. So it sounds like you have to first start with the 132 million, and then setting the maximum bill impact at $2 a month for residential ratepayers, you'd have to figure out what you would get from them at $2 a month. And then from there, you can sort of see what you need from the CNI. Have you done that calculation?
Specifically capping it to 2, no. In the data that was provided in the report, I could be wrong, but I think for all utilities it was below $2 other than Delmarva. So we wouldn't even hit that cap.
Okay.
That's why I brought up Delmarva. I think they would be the only one.
But you wouldn't hit the cap if you made the same allocation across all classes. You wouldn't do the 75-25.
If I'm understanding the question, yeah, we don't necessarily believe there needs to be a uniform approach, but I think, I can't remember for Delmarva when they were hitting that high amount. I think, it would depend on the allocation. So like you were saying, if we had the budget, we could see, okay, at the various allocation levels, what are the bill impacts to the various classes?
Okay. Because it sounds like, I mean, we have a lot of different pieces, and some we need to make decisions on, and some not. But it seems to me that we actually need to make a decision on the cost allocation only so that we would know in setting the cap what that number needs to be. I mean, I think we actually have to spin all of this out, starting with the 132 million. If we assume that's where we need to get to in order to get to 6%, and we may decide that that's too high a number, and that we can't, or that it may be a too high a number in Delmarva and not in other regions. But it seems to me that we actually have to sort of spin this out. I think we need numbers so that we can have a sense of what we're looking at and how it would play out and what's the best approach to take based on those numbers. I mean, otherwise, I think I would have a lot of trouble sort of deciding what makes the most sense in terms of a cap if I don't really know what that number would yield.
Sure. So if I could clarify, when you're referring to cap, you're referring to the overall budget cap?
Well, I'm looking at your bill impact cap.
Oh, okay.
And so, if you're assuming if we want to get to 6%, we need 132 million. Mm-hmm. And if we need 132 million, if we decide that we want to have a cap of $2 for residentials that are not part of the program, what does that look like?
Right.
And how much can we get from residential? So then how much do we need to get from CNI? And what does that mean in terms of their cap? Or maybe they don't need a cap. Maybe it's not $2. Maybe it's $1.50.
Yeah.
And then maybe we don't have to do the complicated cost allocation because maybe it works even without sort of doing the complicated cost allocation. And then from there we can sort of decide what makes the most sense, fixed charge or versus volumetric. But it just seems to me that I would have a better understanding of what needs to happen if we actually have the numbers. And since we know that 132 million is what we need to get to 6%, and actually I think it would make more sense to actually split it up based on service territory. Can you do that, or is it or I mean, do we have 132 million, but can you split it up based on Delmarva, SMECO? I mean, so that you can take each of the different.
So, Commissioner, the report actually does what you're asking in terms of that exact question.
Okay, I probably didn't. I didn't look.
It's
at that
okay.
part.
So we have four.
So what's?
So on the pages 32 through 35. It gives you different bill impacts based off of different cost allocation schemes, 4 different ones. The first 2 columns are the ones that are under debate. Okay. The last 2 are more, I would say, illustrative in terms of ranges of outcomes. But these are giving it to you both at the different utility level, but it's also kind of giving you like different energy burden scenarios. So 3% would be the most expensive if you really want to get down there.
Okay.
9% is the less aggressive, and this is for residential, and so that's kind of giving you a range of bill impacts. But I think, in getting to your question about the 132 million, that actually illustrates why at the very beginning I said there's certain things where you might want to just give guidance today. It's not really a firm set, and I would probably suggest it would always be guidance in this instance, because all these numbers are based off of what happened in 2025, and it's very swingy what happens year to year. OHEP has highlighted this for us. Next year, the need could be 90 million. It could be 150 million. It's a constantly this is not a constant year-over-year thing, and so that's why no matter what you state about bill impact caps, budget caps, that's something that maybe year over year, maybe for a couple of years it could stay stable and we can be very similar, and then one year maybe a weird thing happened in the program. Right now the new, it just happens the year that we're looking at implementing might be the year we don't have LAHEAP funding, but that might not always be true. So this kind of idea where, yes, we should give and this is where I was saying at the beginning, giving guiding targets to the work group, to the members as they go and develop the tariffs, will be good in terms of helping them establish when they show up to you with the work papers and say, here's what we want to do this year, we tried to accomplish X based off of your policies, will help them create those tariffs. But if you're thinking it from where we need to get from today to next September, the utilities need to be able to code their systems. My understanding is they don't need to know the energy burden statement, the bill cap. They don't need to know that to code. What they do need to know is if they're going to be doing a percent of bill, or if they're going to be doing a flat tiered credit, because that is part of like how they're going to code that. But in terms of how we set the number that goes into that slot in the tariff, that's going to change year over year over year, because that's an Excel sheet calculation based off of what we think the budget needs to be based off of what happened in the previous year. So we're always actually lagging.
And what about the cap, the bill cap?
And that's the same.
Does that have to get coded as well?
No.
Okay.
That's something that the utilities will show up and say, you gave me this guidance, I went over here in order to make this not happen, I had to adjust this. Are you, commission, okay with that?
Okay.
And so giving guidance that you would like to see something is probably as strong as I would suggest going in some of these areas today, just because next year when we get to September, we're going to have a completely different dollar figure in a lot of these charts.
Okay, so for today, not today, but for the decision from the commission, the only thing you need then is the fixed versus volumetric?
That's the most important. Also the data collection, because the utilities are going to have to code their systems likely to get that. But I would still say the bill impact, the percent allocation, are things that getting feedback on would be very important for. And I still don't think I would I would not suggest completely kicking the can, but coming down and saying strictly we would never want to go above $2, or we never want to see a cost allocation that differs from this.
Okay.
Would probably be a little too strong. But to say we generally like this, but we'll see where the numbers fall out.
Okay, but we can put off cost allocation, perhaps, for a little bit. Once we have a better sense of.
That was staff's recommendation. So, for example, I agree with what Ben said, but we would, like, if you could give guidance on the energy burden and the rates and charges to be included, I think we could then take that. So, just for example, the commission could say we'd like to see energy burden at 6%, and you can include supply in the rates and charges and all the other rates, and then from there also say, with that in mind, develop a cost allocation and bill impact that doesn't exceed some amount or tries to limit. I don't know what kind of wording you want to use, but I think if we get those two numbers, we'll know the total, or generally about that.
Okay, and you're not concerned in terms of supply. You're not concerned about the retail electric supply.
So
I mean,
that
now
was
that
a
it's
concern, yeah.
But now that it's
non-existent.
But even though it was a concern, the work group, we talked about it, and we all agreed when it came to setting the benefits that flow out of this, we would use SOS as the calculation.
Right.
And if you happened, there's many reasons why a limited income customer at this point shouldn't be with a choice provider.
Right, and that's what I assumed.
To the extent they are because of grandfathering,
Okay.
there is, we wouldn't take that into account when doing this math.
Okay. All right. Well, this is really helpful. Thank you.
All right, so let me just quote from OPC's slide deck. They defend the 25-75 split because it is, quote, consistent with the legislature's cost allocation for the Electric Universal Service Program. What do you think of that argument?
Yeah, so what I was trying to say earlier was, yeah, I mean, sure, these are both programs that help customers afford their bills, but this legislation did not say 75%. So I just don't know why you're necessarily pulled that, because they're both
I mean, I
programs
think
that help customers.
I think the argument they're making is that it's sort of analogous, and it's the only guidance we have from the legislature.
Sure. Yeah, but and then, well, Commissioner Linton made the good point that the EUSP was because, they made commercial pay that percentage because they were going to make out from retail supply, whereas with this program, CNI isn't getting, in my humble opinion, any benefits really. So
yeah, no, that's a good point. So you heard what I had to say about I think I know more about raising income taxes than every person in this room combined. Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair bet. I think even though the legislature said they wanted us to do this, I regard it as a snipe hunt. I think it's utterly impossible. Do you disagree with me?
it would be very difficult. I don't know that I totally agree that the legislature wants us to do that. Also, yeah, a key part of that argument is high users pay more. I mean, we pay per unit of, you pay per kilowatt hour, so they're already paying more. So I'm not sure I understand that argument, because unless the utility has to build a larger transformer to serve you, if you use more and they don't have to increase rate base, you put downward pressure on rates. So, and customers are already paying higher bills because it's per kilowatt hour. So I just don't really understand that argument, that, they're causing more costs on the system, they should pay more. They already are paying more.
Okay, yeah.
So yes. So for example, if you're an EV driver,
yeah,
and you plug in your garage, and the utility didn't need to do any upgrades for you,
right?
You're using more energy, therefore paying a higher bill, but they did not change their system whatsoever to serve you, so you put downward pressure on everybody else's rates.
Oh, in our case, we both plug our cars into a regular wall socket,
right,
and they're not charging us because they can't figure out how. So by every metric imaginable, my wife and I would escape the nefarious attempts of the Public Service Commission to...
Right, and similar to this program, how we would get the income data from these customers to charge them more is also a huge concern, obviously.
Yeah.
How would you confirm that?
Okay. So the $2 number, you got that from, where'd you get that from again?
Stride. I would, yeah.
Stride.
It was hard to find a good way to come up with that number. We just felt it was just kind of a reasonable range where you're not going to get too much pushback from customers. Because, you do hear about Empower. Customers are upset with that, and that's in the, I'm not an Empower expert, but it's in the higher than $2. Let's just say that. So.
Okay, well, I'll talk to you offline, you and Ben offline, about how I think the calculation ought to go. Thank you.
So, on this issue about the cost allocation, as I mentioned when I was talking to People's Council, it seems to be making this division between residential and commercial industrial customers. We've been doing that for decades. Part and parcel of the process. And it does seem to me there is some legitimacy to the argument that they made, which is, if we provide a lower rate to these customers who already don't have that much resources, they actually do have the resources to buy stuff at Walmart and go to Bar and Grill, so those entities actually do get the ability to pass, this higher rate on to other people. And so there's they do get a benefit from this.
I can agree. Sure, but like I said, I think that argument goes both ways.
Mhm.
If you do charge too much to those CNI customers, they won't hire that individual,
Right.
or would reduce staff or close a business, which then puts more people out of work.
So, but within that though, this idea that they floated regarding how to sort of subdivide the residential class and charge a higher rate to the richer customers, so to speak, for want of a better term, you actually could do that with the CNI customers. So the idea would be Walmart actually would pay more of the freight because they can afford to pay more of the freight than Joe's Bar and Grill. I mean, it seems to me it's a lot easier to do within those classes than this perspective idea of doing it within the residential class.
Yeah, I'd have to talk with the utilities and how they identify those customers. But I guess you could theoretically say we're going to allocate more to the largest industrial customers, but rather than the small commercial customers. So that could be one possible way. I mean, we would probably allocate it based on revenues from these classes.
yeah,
So
right.
that should kind of handle that a bit in and of itself. But we would need to discuss with the utilities about that. But sure, you could say, hey, we want a small amount allocated to your smallest commercial class, which is going to be most of your mom and pop shops, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And allocate
So-
more to your bigger customers.
So I guess, I mean, apart from the principles applying to this, the mechanics probably are a lot simpler if we, adopted this. Now, so you said that staff doesn't like the 75-25 split when it comes to the allocation. Do they have a different allocation split in mind?
No, not necessarily. So our argument was just we don't think that the blanket 75 is appropriate. I think, like I said, we kind of look at it as on a case by case basis. And again, we're just concerned that, again, in my opinion, that CNI is really not getting any benefits. So to charge them more of the cost of this program than the residential seems a bit unfair to staff. But again, I think we can look at the numbers on a case by case basis. And again, we're not against commercial paying for some of this, for sure. So just to make that clear, but a specific number, no, just because, as we heard, Smeco kind of has a different characteristic and other companies do. And like I said, Delmarva, their bill impacts seem pretty high, so maybe they need a little more help from the CNI. So we think we can balance those concerns rather than making a blanket statement.
Okay. Now, is this something that could be worked out in the work group, or is this something where you're actually going to need like specific instructions from us about do this, don't do that?
On the cost allocation
Yeah.
specifically, I think we could probably largely work it out. I mean, some direction from the commission would be helpful. If you said, for example, we want CNI to pay some share, and we don't want them to pay more than some amount. Maybe if you gave kind of a band, possibly, I think that could be helpful. And if you said it can be on a case by case basis, I think that would be helpful as well. I don't know, but yeah, I mean. I thought this came together really well. We actually didn't have much differences on this whole program. It went a lot smoother than I frankly expected. So a lot of these differences are kind of nuanced and pretty specific and small potatoes kind of compared to the whole program. So I think we could work something out.
And I guess, do you have any thoughts about their proposal about trying to figure out a way to do a allocation within the residential class of,
We provided comments on that when they made that proposal last year, and I don't recall what we said. I think it makes staff nervous to charge higher income customers more. And like I said, if they're using more, they are paying more.
Sure.
Already.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, I guess that's...
Yeah, just one thing. I know it's come up a couple times, this concern about utilities may have to pay more to implement the percent of rate discount against the flat bill credit. During the work group, I asked that explicit question, and the response I got was there was no cost difference. They were approximately the same. Now, Smeco, at this point, sounds like they might have a different answer, and understandable that as this thing has evolved, that might have changed. I just want to make clear that was discussed in the work group, and so maybe if the utilities have a different view of that, it would be good to get that on the record now in the near future if that's going to influence your decision, because during the work group, that question was asked and answered. So other than that, I think we've pretty much hit on all the issues.
You want me to set a time for people to provide follow-up comments if they want to, or? I mean, we actually made a couple of bench requests.
Yeah, so if they could just come in the bench request in the next, I don't know
All right,
how long that is.
so-
Well,
5
just
business
to be
days.
clear, if the Exelon Utilities and SMECO can be very clear about the cost differential between fixed and volumetric and put it in writing. So,
Yeah, and
All right.
Commissioner,
I'm sorry. Mr. Baker, I should have asked.
oh,
this
and a deadline?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
Typically, bench data requests are given 10 business days to
There you
respond.
go.
well, 2 weeks, so.
2 weeks.
Did that earlier on the other one, so.
I'm sorry, I should have asked this earlier when you first started. The municipalities, they didn't participate. Are we just going to give them one more bite at the apple, or are we going to just say?
So that's not a
they can't-
criticism against them. I'm
No,
not
no,
sure
I get
why
it.
they, because I mean, it takes a lot of
Sure.
manpower to do this.
I just didn't know what the approach was going to be
Yeah,
with them.
they were included in the so the legislation does include a call out that they may do it. They may adopt it. It's not a obligation to do it. You appointed, and then you did direct certain companies to participate in this, and so the people who were municipalities, the Chesapeake Utilities, and UGI were not part of that overall group that you stated had to be in this work group. So that's not a. I just was highlighting that they weren't there because I know UGI made a filing, and I just
Right.
want to make sure you all were aware about who was. But I will say, yeah, in the original order, you did say these people are directed to participate.
Okay, so you get what you get. Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
All right, well, anyway, I would thank everybody for sticking around and particularly all the help earlier this morning when we were trying to deal with our issue with LIHEAP. So we're adjourned.